prepared. And it does look like MBT are going to be able to pull in this 4th round quite confidently. So
yeah, they get to go back to Trophy Statuary Room. And the funny thing is that these guys are even bringing a Mozzie this time around, the Asian friend. So that will mean that they'll be able to provide much more active intelligence for the roamers. Oh no, it's just going to be a mute.
it's like you're swapping one for the other.
Yeah,
They're both
quite similar actually.
they're really similar operators, right? One's more on site, one's more roamy. They're essentially the same. They're essentially two sides of the same coin, right? Data
Correct.
denial. The difference is that the mute's going to be able to deny a breach as well. And that's probably a little bit more important for a site like Statuary and Trophy.
Yeah, especially when you don't have a bandit on board or Kaid.
Yeah, so they've really calculated their strategy into this and actually taken into account what operators to play here. I'm really surprised that Lisey are playing in this way, considering that this is one of their stronger maps. Maybe the absence of Lonely, the one and only, is really hindering them right now, because I don't know about you, but they really needed this win. And they still need this win, and they can. But it's starting to slip away here on the 4th round.
So we'll see how this plays out. If they lose the first 2 members in the first minute or first 2 minutes really, and waste that time, that's not going to bode well. This time, however, there is no roam presence over here in Aviator. Avixis is actually just opening it up and pre-firing it. Even an Ash charge being teased out by Daxam. These guys need to be more efficient with their droning. They could have saved themselves a fair bit of grief. Now they're face-checking everything. It's risky, but I guess it's worked out for them this time around. Good time being made, however, by Lisey.
Yeah, so they are acquiring and taking a lot of ground right now. We see that Avixis has stayed on a similar role. I'm saying that Buck is still frag heavy, you know. He's still kind of like how Twitch, he's still playing an operator similar to Twitch in terms of frag potential. But now no longer bringing in that intel, but trying to pick up kills with frag grenades. But with an ADS just sitting around the corner, he won't pick up anytime soon. He's gonna be able to bring a little bit more presence to the scene and maybe bring in a refrag, but right now he's gonna push in quite boldly through the statuary while he holds an angle into master bedroom.
Indeed. Now, KGVS, he is trying to smoke off just as he did in the first round. This time, no picks and not much damage done. C4 flies out from the Asian friend. It will miss. And that is a big loss for them. He has to start returning back onto side, and he might just do that with a flank, as he was so potent with.
Oh my gosh, did you see that goo mine fly from master bedroom all the way into Trophy? Frag grenade for Avixis and an opening kill with Daxam to complement. Daxam and Syndronov get countered though. One plant going down.
That's good cover.
A good cover from teammates. Avixis picking up a nice double kill. The plant is successful, but it's 2-3 and it's still quite savable. I take that back. SMZ gets taken out. Let's say find your stride and they finally pick up a win on attack here on round 4.
That was well done from, let's say, for sure. Curious though the way that MBT chose to roam in this round compared to the first 2 rounds, where they had a lot more active presence with the Mute and Jaeger combination. It worked out really well, netted them 2 kills, but for some reason they decided not to opt with a strategy again. Maybe they tried it twice and were like, all right, these guys are going to figure us out. And, well, let's say won the round regardless.
Yeah, so I did see that. I think it was the Asian friend downstairs with the C4, and he actually tried to play vertical with that C4 over by the statuary landing, or statuary lounge. I'm not sure what that little connector is called. You know, the one with the with the sofa. And he actually tried to play vertical there and actually pick up a kill. Almost worked, but it was just a little bit off. If he actually managed to take opening a kill with that C4, it would have changed the entire tempo for MBT, for Lisey, and MBT would have had a better time. I feel like they just really didn't secure that statuary entrance as tight as they should have. But we're going back here again. Maybe they just have to rehash it a little bit. Try to fix a couple of particular issues. And we'll see how it turns out.
Right, you are. Now, similar setup coming out from MBT Impetus Gaming KGBS. He's the one who made it 3v3 before MBT were unable to do anything, and Lasay just ran over them. Good starting picks that Lasay got with the frag grenade as well as the kill from Daxam, which was, I believe, the first time in this matchup that Lasay got the opening kill. So good, strong round for them now. They need to pull these 2 rounds back if they want to have a good chance of winning this. MBT, on the other hand, they want at least 1 more, ideally 2 round wins.
Well, we gotta make sure that we understand that Lasay, they really can't depend on Lonely to be the only Fragmeister and to be the only opener and the only game changer for this team. They're using exothermic charges far away from the site. They're forcing this fight here. The Asian friend not in a battle. Sorry, I heard a couple of shots. Vixus takes a heck load of damage. Actually, almost falls down. One player from MBT actually playing by the connector in Classical Hall, and the Asian friend actually retreats as well. SMZ will be able to pick up free kill. Yeah, well, Oxyon gets taken up there. He was holding the flank, but no one was holding his 6. So they might say that, you know what, he wasn't paying attention. He was facing the wrong direction. But he was covering the 6 for his team. No one was covering him.
Indeed, that was really poorly done. And Vixus, once again, on 1 HP and a dream. 1 smoke grenade from KGBS is just going to finish him off. Even a goo mine might do the trick. So
yeah,
Spider
definitely
placing 1 down.
He definitely can't go in. He definitely hears 1 goo mine actually get dropped by that door, but he doesn't know exactly where. Obviously, he's not IQ. Won't be able to detect that. Ash breaching charge goes out, but so does the remote gas grenade. We'll be trying to deny this as long as possible.
If only he knew.
If only he knew and only he could.
Fire!
SMZ might be able to get it. But there we go. Diasian friend cleans up Evixus on low HP. And the dream is starting to slip away one more time. They might actually come up with a perfect round if Diasian friend and SMZ manage to survive this. But Daxam's going to go for a flankerino all the way from master bedroom. Punch the walls open and she pushed in quite deeply into the bathroom. And he's got to frag out like crazy. There is an opening there. They do ping that. And he does manage to make it through without too much damage. Oh, we'll be able to pick up this kill onto Diasian friend. And maybe this flank might prove and pay out dividends for his team. He's going to be able to push this. And he's going to have to use as much utility as possible. 1 more member for MBT gets picked up here. And it's going to be Syndronoff. His head getting picked up, and oh my gosh, Daxam almost picks up a triple kill for himself, but it does look like MBT will be able to save round 5, and the Say just barely scraped through and almost denied a perfect. I mean, they've denied the perfect round, but it wasn't fantastic.
That was unfortunate for both teams on different occasions. Daxam actually almost pulled it off, as you said. He just was allowed free access to the site. No one tried to contest him. Just walked right through, ADSing, not even looking towards his left. Somehow made it through and only got felled on the cross angle. So, bit risky that from MBT, but I guess it worked. They had the diffuser and they were forcing everyone to come towards them. Capital couldn't quite do much in that round. Let's see if Mizu is going to be able to do something this time around.
Mizu, we've seen the man play before. He has some insane plays, and he has some fantastic coordination with his team, especially knowing that him and his team are playing together for the most part in a LAN setting. The Asian fencing on 8 kills, by the way. That's double what Daxam has, and he has the most frags on, let's say, currently.
Yeah.
That is an insane amount of kills, and it's just considering it's only round 6, I mean, he could have more, but he's got plenty considering what Lasay have right now. So 6 rounds into the game, and we are seeing that Civil is bringing that bandit in. So oh no, they are bringing the mute. So just a whole bunch of entry denial, really.
Yeah, Sinranov also, he's on 0 kills right now. He is a strong player, unfortunately, not able to really switch on just yet. Hopefully, he will soon because the Zay not really doing too hot right now. Daxam, he's continuously bringing the Ash, but I'm not too sure if it's the best idea at this point in the 6th round. Ash, other than her gun, only has soft breaching utility, and maybe they would be better served by other operators, maybe even a Lion or something.
Lion definitely has a very strong presence for us in the Pro League, considering their meta.
Oh,
SMZ picks up a very ballsy, very audacious kill onto Vixus, and he gets absolutely deleted. There goes your 2 frag grenades, there goes your soft reach, there goes one of your only ACOGs, and one of your hardest fraggers on that team, especially. So, him being taken off the board this early into the round is a big win for MBT. Will they be able to capitalize on this early frag? Mizu has to pull this off because, like we were talking about before, we've seen this man turn up big. We've seen him perform very well. Daxam picks up 1 kill as well, and he's been performing very well for Lasay so far. And coming into the game, he will have to keep up this momentum like we saw in the last round. He almost had that triple kill. He almost had a quadra kill, but unfortunately was just purely and plainly out. Oh my gosh, no. SMZ barely makes it out alive. No way.
yeah. He was so surprised by the barricade being there, and that, kids, is why you do not barricade when you're gonna have roamers outside of the bomb site. When they want to make the emergency run back into the bomb site, you don't want them getting delayed and having to turn tail as he did. Thankfully, it worked out for SMZ, but could have gone a lot worse if they had pressed the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're gonna do that, prep it so they can just vault through.
Yes.
You know, prep it so they can just melee it once and vault through. So then it's easier. You still deny all the, because the main reason you wanna barricade is so that you can deny vision, but you don't want to deny your players coming back in. So, you know, prep it a little bit. We'll see how that goes. Regardless of that, Cindernoff will take a little bit of damage. The bandit trick will come out. It will be successful. It will deny it, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to deny it. The fire arrow is coming out, and it's gonna be a little bit late considering they've already expended 1. But Civil is taking a little bit of damage, and he might just be able to hold this off and pick up 1 more kill pushing through.
Oh, where are you looking, Civil? There's only one place you need to look, and he's gonna turn his attention back, but he's not gonna be able to get the fight. Mizu with his superior HP is gonna get the fight, but Daxam unfortunately takes an Oxyon as 2 more members fall, and that is it. SMZ
No way.
on fire this round. 3 kills for him. He just gets up and knocks them down.
It's... Are you okay with me giving a little insight here and like?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Of
So
course.
I mean, like a lot of people would know that I had a hand in coaching Lasay, but my question is, why are they playing the way they are? Because, I mean, sure, Lonely's not here, but everyone else on the team has performed outstandingly before. You've seen it, myself. You've seen it. I've seen it. Right? We've seen Sinnernoff clutch God sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Oxyon has performed well as well. Daxam has obviously had very good moments, and Mizu has had some mind-blowing instances. But this is not how they play. Not the way.
Surprising.
It's not the way we've seen them play on Pro League. It's not the way I've seen them in scrims, and their communication has improved dramatically. But none of this is what we practice. You know, like the people are in slightly different roles. I don't know why people are in these positions. I don't know why a Vixus is gonna be roaming. I mean, okay, a Vixus roaming, that was one of my suggestions before to him. Daxam playing Vigil, sure, but like on that attack, I was really surprised. And Sin on Rook instead of Smoke, that's a huge mistake. The man is amazing on Smoke.
Well, let's see what happens after this round. This is the first time let's say are going to be going on defense. MBT only need 2 more round wins to get the 3 points that they so very much want. Starting on defense, obviously giving them a big advantage, as you can see. But let's say are going to be hoping that the role changes were for the better and that they can start reeling MBT back in. However, it's going to be quite a bit of a tall order. They need to win 4 rounds at least to tie things up, and then win at least one more to get 1 point.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like it's going to be very advantageous for Lisey. It doesn't look like it's going to be in their favor this time around. Silva's droning in, and he does notice that the Vigil is hanging around. His ERC is on. Is it the ERC? Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay, so I get confused with the ERC and whatever you call Clash's shield. The CC... Yeah, the CC
Yeah, that's
something.
right.
The CCS maybe.
CTE, correct.
The
But
CCE.
anyways,
But yeah, so they are pushing through, and they've got good control over the aviator and the bar and the games room and all that good stuff over by the south side. Not much contest coming in from Lisey so far. Daxam waiting for the right time, popping the ERC-7, but then having to fall back after he puts in a couple of shots. So now they know exactly where he is.
yeah, that's right. Now they know where he is. They're going to try and start to hunt him down. Or they might just choose to go for the side push, as there are only 3 members of, let's say, on site. They have a lot of time right now, 1 minute. And they are looking close to the execute. But as time ticks down, a lot of uncertainty gets introduced. If one member of this attack falls, just like Sinrednov has helped, this might throw a big spanner in the works.
Oh, there we go. So, Rook picking up a kill, forward and aggressive. Very interesting. Should not have been able to get that. I mean, they should have heard him a mile away. But now that he's got this very tight angle coming through that bathroom, he should be in an advantageous position to actually bring something through. The hard breach is successful over. One actually glitches out, and he won't be able to push that. And it does seem that Civil has to pop another pair of X-Kairos pellets in order to maybe make a little bit more line of sight. Mizu picks up a nice kill onto KGBS, and MBT are falling on this attack here, except the Asian friend, who's picked up an early kill for himself. Not an early kill, a little bit of a late kill, but let's say take round 7, and maybe they might shine a little bit better on this defense, although it's going to be a very steep uphill climb for them in Vietnam.
Yeah, right now it's not looking good at all for them, but this round was pretty good. I would say they didn't lose members, and they just gave MBT a lot of pause for some reason, even though there was not much outright contention or time wastage that we usually see when the time runs down so close. The first kill for MBT, as you noticed, came within 20 seconds left in the round. So that's not ideal at all. And as I was talking about, with 1 minute, when Sindrinov got that kill, he really changed the shape of the round.
Yeah, absolutely, and it definitely started to look much more favorable for Lisey, and it really just got them rolling. And surely their morale is spiking a little bit higher this time around. Daxam's still on that vigil. Not sure exactly why. Sure, he's a very straightforward operator, and he only has to really worry about himself. Doesn't really use much utility. But he's not necessarily the best roamer in this particular instance, just because there's no lion. I mean, sure, he gets the hide from these drones in Vietnam, but is that really his biggest worry right now?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe he just likes the K1A. Whatever the case, as long as it keeps working, I think he's going to keep sticking with it. But the problem is, as we have all been waiting and looking at the scoreline, not much room for mistakes right now. For, let's say, lose 1 round and you lose 2 points at the minimum, if not 3.
Yeah, they might not be able to hold their 4th place standing for much longer if this goes on. Well, they should be able to hold 4th, but I mean, MBT might end up tying with them. That's going to be awkward. Oh,
Oh, there we
there we
go.
go.
Daxam with the K1A. He's doing well. And Avixis as well, too. Very, very early kills within the first 40 seconds. And Lasey bringing out the aggression on Villa. Looked like kind of poor droning from MBT's side. And they're going to pay for it with KGB and thy Asian friend. Two very strong players and strong operators. Soft destruction and the Twitch F2. All off the board in one fell swoop.
Civil's now pushing through. I'm not too sure if he's got too much backup. SMZ is around the corner, but it does look like they have fallen to a couple of members here. And some members from Lasey are downstairs, maybe playing with the C4. Yes, there we go. Mizu waiting for the right moment to pop that nitro cell. Waiting for a little bit of information, and there we go.
He's gonna detonate it. There we go. Civil goes down 5v2 with half the round left to go. This is one of the best defensive rounds we have seen so far over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just because Lasey haven't lost a single drop of blood. Maybe I speak too soon, but no, there we go. Avixis actually leaving scot-free. Spider Gel actually taking the big L on that one, and it's going to be SMZ versus the world, 1-5 with a minute left on the clock. It looks quite grim, and Lasey are catching up on that scoreboard.
Yeah, SMZ might be taking a bit of team talk right now over on the roof. Thinking and talking things out about what went wrong, what they could do better for the next few rounds, because clearly this round has not gone even remotely close to what they would have hoped for.
They need to realize that the first few kills might have been just too brazen. They didn't necessarily have to lose that, and they can surely avoid that. Gridlock. SMZ gonna be rappelling down here.
Oh wow.
Okay, I don't know how Avixis loses that. That's
he made.
It's a bit awkward. It's a bit awkward. I mean, but he probably peeked the wrong direction to begin with, and it does look like he's gonna have to contest. And there we go. But he picks up a second kill. I don't know how both members from Lasey messed that up, but I mean, he won't be able to capitalize on the rest of the round, and Lasey win this by time and default. So SMZ will survive that long drop himself, and it does look like Lasey pick up 3-5 in the second half of this game. MBT still in the lead though, and after the little pep talk, I'm sure they should be able to pull something through. But we're all seeing Lasey come in a little bit stronger here on the second half on that defense.
Yeah, that's right. So far, it looks like the defensive sidedness of Villa is really rearing its head right now. And Lasey are on course to tying things up. MPT on the 2 rounds and attack have been very, very listless. And we talked about this earlier on, and we're finally going to see it. It is the Lion. They're going to freeze every single roamer whenever they are going to try and roam clear and possibly save one for the execute. It's going to help them quite a bit, especially since the choice from Lasey on the 3rd bomb site is over here in living room. And it's a very, very big bomb site, these two, and very spread apart, which might just play into MBT's favor.
Yeah, there's a lot of territory to cover here for Lasey playing on the living room and library. Very different site. We don't normally see it get played or at all. And there's a reason for that. Is because there's a lot of soft tissue they need to cover, and there's not a lot of room for them to work around. We'll have to see what their plan is. Oxeon looks like he's spreading his goo mines quite thinly and quite far.
Yeah, he's running the goo mines in a setup that's going to prioritize information, especially since MBT banned out the Valkyrie. So let's say I'm not going to have the luxury of running one to get the information. So right now, the goo mines initial ones are likely to go out in locations where it's just going to give early warning of where the push is coming out from MBT. But as time goes on, of course, they're going to get more and more potent.
Yeah, so they decided to go from a southward push on the 2nd floor. Some members already downstairs on site. Maybe they'll play a little bit vertical. They do have Vision on that buck, and he will be taken out there. Vixis is cornered by all sides, but he picks up a nice double kill. They're still droning him. He's probably going to go down here. SMZ picks that up, but 1 player to 2. And there we go. Daxam with the refrag onto SMZ. That's fantastic play by Lasey so far, and they're all fairly healthy. MPT not in a position to refrag for their teammates fast enough to really bring in that save. So MBT have a bit of a work ahead for them. Not completely unsalvageable, but they did lose their line. They lost their soft breach, and they're down to literally 2 guns. I mean, they're down to Thatcher and Habana, but Habana doesn't really have any hard terrain for her to breach at the moment, playing upstairs. And she's going to be surrounded on all sides. So, they're most likely going to go push down the Astro stairs. And once they push down the Astro stairs, they're probably going to be pushing down. Pre-firing into the Corno Civil. Just, I suppose, banking in on a little bit of a assumption.
Extremely sloppy Claire from MBT, really. Opening it up in such a brazen, reckless manner without checking first, and then trying to drone out the last member. The Ash charge, the breach charge not together.
Oh,
and
man.
there we go. Daxam's going to collect one more. No droning done, really, onto him. And even if his ERC was not active, didn't look like MBT was in any position of getting that kill. Just all around sloppy stuff, not coordinated. The timing is poor.
No, that's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's gonna be, let's say, just clearing things out. Daxam, he gets 3 in the round, a superbly strong round for him, and looks like the visual pick is working out extremely well for, let's say, they are within 1 round of tying things up against MBT here, and given how it's looked, given how Lesay has been defending and how MBT has been attacking, we might actually just see Lesay come back from 5-1 and win the map itself.
They might win it, or MBT might draw it. I'm not actually sure what's going to happen, because considering that they're both outperforming the other team by miles, by the way, on defense, it's like they both suck at attack, they both good at defense. Well, they don't suck at attack, they just their defenses are better than their attack, put it that way, right? So because of that, it's like, you know what? Maybe they're gonna tie. It seems like the likely possibility. Don't forget, guys, you can pick up your Pro League Warden, Ned Flanders, by the way, hanging out with a bunch of new bling available for you to purchase over by the store, as well as your pilot program skins, which, by the way, are which are far more important because they support your local teams and actually keep the Pro League scene alive, especially for teams over in APAC.
Yeah, that's right. Looking at Norango specifically, not having the backing of an org like Fnatic or Cloud9, but over here, round number 10, are Lesay gonna tie this up? They are looking very, very good to doing that. Avixis and Daxam really has been the power duo right now in the 3 rounds on defense so far for Lesay. If they can keep it up, look at that. The strategies coming out, the peak hole, reinforcements, and they're just gonna sow the seeds of fear and chaos in the MBT ranks.
Quite literally.
And yeah, exactly. And they're just gonna play it a bit passive sometimes, change up the tempo, but always the aggression that has come out in these 3 rounds from Lesay is exactly what is needed to fight a team such as MBT.
Yep, so I mean, when you're playing against teams that are sloppy in their droning, like we saw in the last round, hopefully they pick it up, because definitely the Asian Friend and SMZ and the rest of them definitely have that potential. Phone call being rung here, they're not exactly sure it's going to be over by the statuary, and they're going to be able to determine that real soon.
Is he going to check?
He's going to check. Oh, don't reload like that, giving me a heart attack.
That is very dangerous.
He sees the top head.
He knows now.
Yeah, he knows the top of the head. He's not going to... Oh, he's going to flash. He's going to flash right now. Going to burn the ADS. There might be a third. No, there we go.
He can't. Oh, no, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
He just waited. Oxyon, perfect timing on that. Just waited until he knew. Yeah. And there is the cover. So Sinranov giving that cover. So not like Civil could have pushed in anyway. KGBS has also taken a lot of damage as the first line charge goes out. But Oxyon, he's just going to sit here and deliver. and Sinranov is going to join in the party. SMZ goes down, first frag finally comes out. There is Spider-Gel taking down Avexis, but Daxam finishes off what was left of KGBS. And as I've been talking, people have been falling. It's 1 minute left in the round, but it's only one member left on MBT.
Spider-Gel being the last one left, again left on that support role, probably the last one. I mean, he has been consistently being the last one alive. Unfortunately, does look like he is between a rock and a hard place in a very peculiar situation. The EMP will go out. He most likely took out a couple of goo mines, but he's got to be really particular and very cautious right now. He's up against the world with 30 seconds left in the clock. It doesn't seem very likely he's going to make it through this alive. But with the AR-33 and an ACOG scope, he might just be able to make it. One push in the corner real tightly. Might just pick up one through the desk. No, the desk will block a lot of the shots. And let's say, clean that up. Daxam saving his little maestro friend in the back there.
Daxam, Oxyon, and everyone basically on defense. Lassie has just come alive, and this was a bit of a different setup on defense from them. They played it a lot more passive, a lot closer to the site, not as aggressive, but it still worked out so very well for them. And that is the hallmark of a good team, that flexibility. MBT, we saw them try it and they dropped a round. When they were playing the Roamers, they got the first 2 round wins. And then on the 4th round, they tried to play passive just like Lassie did. MBT weren't successful. Lassie, exactly as you saw, were. So 5-5, and we will be going to maximum distance in this matchup. Round 11 and then round 12. Either we're going to see one team win it all, or it's going to be points shared.
Well, if it does become a point shared situation, I wouldn't be too upset personally, considering that both teams have been they've been very mirroring in their performance, and so far their consistency is quite unlike one another. We do see Mizu here on the Mosley. We do see him consistently on Intel operators back to back in Vietnam. So far, still consistent with the theme of his role for, let's say. And it does look like Mizu does put down and invest a lot of that pest control over by the Classical Hall and anywhere near that 90.
So let's see what the power duo of Daxam and Avexis can do. So far, no kills, but we might just see KGBS fall. Now he knows that the Vigil was somewhere nearby. He's gonna flash it in. The drone's a bit late. KGBS not too coordinated with the rest of his team, and that's just been characteristic of MBT so far on attack. Drone coming in after the Vigil was gone, after a flashbang has been wasted, and it's just a bit of wastefulness from MBT side.
Yeah, well, with a map like Villa where the defenses really work for you and all you have to do is work around the natural defenses of the map, and its tight corners and its very short hallways, it's really going to come down to how they're going to capitalize on this and whether or not the coordination from the teams will be able to make something happen. Spider-Gel really needed to throw down that EMP a little bit earlier, but it does look like Bandit was able to deny a lot of those X-Kairos, and with 2 more X-Kairos in the back pocket, Civil might be able to make something happen on the other side here. I think they don't realize that it's going to go down over by the Bar Hall. Sinranov, Bandit tricks the wrong wall and now is caught, pinned down, while 2 members of MBT are just about to push up those red stairs near Daxam.
Indeed, and from below, Mizu's gonna pick up Spider-Gel, and that is poor positioning from the Thatcher, giving away his life when he knew that hole was there. Sinranov, he is in a pretty decent spot. He's got the cover of the bar as well as the bomb on one side, and everyone from MBT really is pushing this one doorway or the Hibana hole. It's going to be easy cover for Sinranov, especially so if the rest of his team starts helping out. The 90 flank might be underway. We have one member actually of MBT on the first floor still with 40 seconds left to go. And there we go. It's going to be Sinranov collecting one. The Asian friend has taken out Daxam, but one more on the floor, and he's going to finish it off as well. Sinranov is just killing everybody. The Asian friend goes down. Can he get a fourth? No, he can't. Civil with a CZ is going to shut him down and get two for himself. It is still winnable, but no. From outside, Mizu is going to come in and shut it down. And that is Lasei Esports getting onto match point after being down 5-1.
So the best MBT can get out of this right now is a draw. Lasei turning out really big on the defense. Match point now. It's going to be a very different game. Can they scrape together an attack round for themselves? Sin written off, pulling in that triple kill, near quadra kill. Almost nearly gave me a heart attack because that was tight. It was so close to one another. And he almost got that fourth as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And Ash being the superior operator in terms of firepower in that situation. That's something we haven't seen in a while, but that might be exactly what they need.
Hopefully for MBT that is what they need, because what I was thinking right now was how poorly MBT is utilizing their utilities such as their throwables. And look at that, SMZ with 14, the Asian friend with 10, but over on Lasei's side, 12, 8, 9, 5, 5, a lot more consistent spread over there. So Lasei has obviously been making that comeback happen on the backs of everyone. But yeah, as I was saying, MBT's utility usage with throwables especially, I felt those very poor usage as we saw in the previous round before this one. The Hibana just trying to throw in the flashbangs, and Oxian was like, alright, I'm just going to wait until you throw in your last one, catch you with your pants down and throwing animation and take you out. So I'm not too sure if going Ying is the best choice, given that Ying's changes, you know, since she was last in the meta, are very varied and have made her a lot less stronger than she used to be.
She is very different now. She's more like a grade operator, so they've changed the way she works, and she's less of a huge threat, but she's definitely still a very she definitely still can break a team's formation and really capitalize in a very one-sided manner. You know, it's just the nature of her gadget, I suppose. And Mizu double-checking that his camera will be safe from any Twitch drones coming through from the Asian friend is quite smart and quite prudent for him and the rest of his team. SMZ will be rappelling in a very dangerous, very risky manner. But as he pushes through, they are going to be trying to contest downstairs yet again. They weren't successful downstairs so far. I mean, for this attack, can Team MBT pull it through without falling at the seams before they even get close to it with their utility?
So, bit of a lull period, nothing happening, and it's worked out pretty well for MBT. They haven't lost members, they are not really losing too much time, but it's getting to that invisible boundary where they need to get a move on.
There we go. So, Daksam is roaming downstairs all on his lonesome, and they might just flank him now as a couple of drones are pushing through. He might catch the flank, in fact, and it does look like they're still unaware of his exact position. Avix is hanging tight as the rest of his team hold and cover his 6 and double up on that crossfire. So they feel like it's a little safe now, but they're still not sure of exactly where Daksam is. I don't blame them. He's very far away from them, but he's not too far away from home, and they should be able to get a couple of crossfires going here. Avix is just waiting for the right moment, and it does look like Oxion is trying to hold this long angle, but there we go. He gets a little greedy, and he gets punished for it. Peeks at the wrong time, but luckily for him, Mizu does get that refrag and help save it. A couple of goo mines get popped out, and they drop a little short, but maybe they might be able to still provide a little bit of information. With that breach open, it does mean that MBT should be able to capitalize on this plant, especially since Daksam's dropped that diffuser by the hallway.
Yeah, Daxam over there, he's gonna help, and Oxian too is gonna power on. The Ying Candelas are gonna go out, but doesn't care! Sinranov, he just swings right in, and Lasei Esports make the comeback happen. Down 5-1 they were, winning 7-5 now. And what a comeback it has been. We've talked about Sinrenor, we've talked about everyone else, and let's say being so strong as players, and it just seemed like they were waiting to go on defense to unlock their side that we have always hoped they would show. Look at that. Daxam with 13 kills, Mizu with 10, and everyone else 8, 7, 6. Let's say with a strong team performance to give them the 3 points here on Villa.
What an insane comeback from Lasay Esports, really coming together on their defense. I'm very surprised that they managed that. Not that they managed to bring that comeback in, but I'm surprised that MPT let that slip so badly. They were 2 rounds away, and they just completely dropped the ball, and they just kind of handed it over to Lasay. So fantastic job from Lasay so far on this first map, really securing in that first win on Villa. We'll have to wait and see how that goes through. Going into the next map, it should be underway shortly, if I'm not wrong myself. But Infian, what do you think it was just coordination that really let down MBT coming in on those attacks? Because I felt like they were just uncoordinated. They were really weak in your drone game, and without that right intel, they were just burning a utility in the wrong moments, because they weren't bad with their gunplay. It's not their gunplay is not the issue, but look, we'll have to come back to this topic after the break. We'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And we're back, boys and girls. Infian,
Indeed.
man, that was one heck of a comeback, boy. That was some of the most clutch comebacks I've ever seen in any pro league. Coming back
Yeah.
1-5 and then going 7-5. Let's say esports come back from hell. They go
6
the hell.
rounds.
Yeah, they go deep. They got stuck in the trenches and they just yanked themselves out of there with an amazing set of clutches. We have one more game between Lasay and MBT, followed up by a double matchup with Void and Nex as usual. And the next matchup is going to be just as tight. I can almost feel it.
Yeah, I said that MBT versus let's say was going to be a tight one, and lo and behold, 5-1. We initially thought that MBT were, they just had Lasay's number, but this was always going to be defend decided. It was Villa. But our second map, as you can see right now, it's going to be Cafe. So Villa and Bank, the default bans, Border and Clubhouse banned out by Lasay, followed by Consulate and Coastline by MBT. So we are getting our first Cafe of the Season 10 Southeast Asian Pro League.
And you know what, Infian? It's like I can't wait to see how it unfolds for us and for Lasay, because Cafe has been a map in almost every other pro league and almost every other challenger league that's been played a lot. It's been very popular. It's had some amazing strategies go through Rally, through Pro League, and definitely through a lot of games online in general. And people have been coming up with some crazy strats. C4 through the floor, through another wall into the cigar lounge, and long angles, short angles, a lot of basic angles being cut off. And in some cases we saw that G2 actually turned refrigerator down by kitchen into a kill box. They opened it up for the attackers. And will we see any of that tonight? I'm not too sure. I'm hoping that we do. It's going to be very interesting indeed. But it's still a map that I feel a lot of teams aren't too versed well on for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, we have not seen any Cafe, even in the qualifier for the Rally Major or in the Pro League, whereas in regions such as Japan, in APAC, and obviously in Europe, the biggest lovers of Cafe, they have been playing it a lot, and it's going to be interesting to see what we have on offer in Southeast Asia itself, whether it's going to be some innovative stratagems, or is it going to be something just copied over from other regions, as it will then eventually evolve. And I can't tell you how long I've waited to cast Cafe, and I'm finally getting the chance over here with MBT starting off on defense and banning Jackal yet again.
It's just an operator you don't want to have on a map like Villa or on Cafe. The rotations are quite close to one another, and there's a lot of soft walls in between. So it's not a huge threat, but it can stop a decent roam, and it won't be hard to capitalize on any of these scans coming through. So he's very strong on a map like Cafe. Dostoevsky. Nomad getting banned out as well, just because there are a lot of runouts here on Cafe, and there are a lot of close quarter corners, and a lot of tight angles where a lot of flanks and a lot of rotations can be made. Mute being banned by Lasay is like, what?
That's an interesting choice. But I guess Mute did give them a bit of trouble on attack on Villa just now. Or they may have some specific strategies that they want to carry out, such as opening the wall next to Freezer. But MBT are going to stick with the same ban. So 3 out of 4 the same. Mute ban instead of Mira over here.
Okay. So that means they just wanted Mira available. Really.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because Mute is nowhere near as threatening as Mira.
Yeah, correct. And maybe they're like, we were given a bit of trouble by the Asian friend on the Mute when they were defending. So since we don't want to ban Mira, let's just ban that one out and give the Asian friend a bit of trouble himself. But he's going to just switch over to the Kaid.
Okay. So Kaid gonna come through for Kitchen. That's gonna be very interesting. It does mean that they will be able to deny that hatch, and Hibana wouldn't be the best option here, but they will be bringing that Thermite, obviously. And they have all the utility required to be able to deny that counter breach. So we are seeing a defense come through for Kitchen, and this is one of the sites that have been popularized and made much more viable after the rework coming through for Cafe Dostoevsky. The Asian friend roaming upstairs is pretty interesting. He's probably getting the hatch, but he definitely took the long way around for this one.
Yep. First floor is a bomb site that many have preferred, but at the same time, a lot of teams, are divided, on whether Cafe is attacker-sided, defender-sided, or neutral. For some teams, when they play, you can see that they're just a lot more comfortable on attack, and one of those teams is Navi in Europe, the British squad, and some teams prefer a lot on defense, and we just saw a Cafe game over in ANZ. Over there, it seemed that attackers were having a ball of time.
And what do you mean by that, Enfian? Could you extrapolate that for the people at home?
Yeah, well, if you guys missed that game over on Cafe, that was between Team Cryptic and Team Sinister. Well, I don't really want to spoil things for you because it was a really excellent match and you should go and check things out. But long and short of it is that the attack for both teams looked a lot better than the defense. And here we go. Mizu's going to be the first one getting the kill onto SMZ. The Jaeger strategy hiding behind the bakery counter not really working out. An early smoke in response.
I feel like that's something only Virtue can do. The man, I mean, if you saw him play I think it was yesterday, the man is absolutely robotic on that spot with Jaeger. It's crazy. I don't know how the man pulls it off, but you know what? Now that he has been taken down, they are going to be pushing through. Mizu takes a little bit more damage than he should, but he still has that hammer available to him. I'm not sure why he hasn't opened up that castle barricade. Most likely deciding that, you know what, we could probably still use this as cover and actually try to keep ourselves safe. Vixus is going to rotate through all the way around reading and most likely try to get something going with a bit of vertical. But I feel like Mizu would have been better for that choice there. But there we go. The Asian friend will be able to counter that with the TCSG. And that shotgun hybrid will put him to sleep. So KGBS already pushing into a more advantageous angle, and Daksan picks up a kill onto the Asian friend. Not too sure how that unfolded. We didn't get to see it, but KGBS gets downed. Double grenade. No, he got single grenaded, but there we go. But Daksan picks up a nice double, and there we go. Let's say win round 1. Mizu cleaning that up for his team.
That's right. 2 kills from Mizu, 2 from Daxam. Excellently played overall, I would say, from, let's say, on the first round, as attackers definitely looked a lot better than the defense. It was really not much time that, let's say, needed to get the walls open that they wanted, take control of the necessary areas, and then just start executing onto the bomb site. They didn't even need to start planting. They just got the angles and took out the players as was needed.
So, overall decent defense coming through MBT, but I felt like they weren't really dedicating enough to that anti-breach. We do see that in a lot of other Pro League games, a breach and a push through the main bakery normally ends in utter chaos. It never really ends well. Sure, if they get that breach open, it is very detrimental to the defenders, and they can see through the entire site. Let's face it. But if the defenders really hunker down and nail that defense and the counter breach for that wall, the attackers are left completely clueless and very far away from any other entry.
Yeah, right, you are. Now, as we continue on over here, it's going to be interesting to see whether MBT are going to repeat the same mistakes as they did previously, or if we're going to see something better. KGBS, as you said, he has gone on to the Bandit this time around to reinforce that anti-hard breach utility that they have. So instead of just having the Kaib, they also get additional bandit charges. So that's going to be a little bit helpful. But let's say are content to take this slower than they did in the previous round. They're going to the roof, and seems like they're going to be clearing systematically 3rd floor, 2nd floor, and 1st floor. And that should be fairly quick, even though this is somewhat sizable. The Asian friend, in fact, he's on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, he tried to get a quick C4 kill. Could have worked, but unfortunately didn't connect. So a nice try by the Asian friend, but just didn't work out this time around. Maybe next round we'll have to see. But Daxam and Oxyon have already pushed into the red stairs and are taking control over Cigar Shop. So a Claymore down on the backside and a couple of drones going through from Sinretnov. And it does look like they should be able to take control over the Scar Lounge and soon as well Bar Lounge and the rest of the 3rd floor. As they push through though, it does look like they are making good time in securing this map and the rest of the floor. But will they be able to truly secure this backside? It does look like they are going for a white breach instead.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bit slower than they would have wanted so far, but the control that they're gaining, as you can see Mizu right now, just a lot of angles for him to play with over here. He can deny roamers on the 2nd floor, and he's essentially forced MBT to play very close to or onto the bomb site. Problem is, though, they're not getting picks, and MBT are essentially happy to allow them to do just that.
Oh no, look, man. They have the vertical angle available. I wouldn't be in there if I were you, Spider.
Oh.
You're taking a lot of damage, and it does look like you are going to be put down very soon. He does look like he makes it out alive, and it does look like maybe a concussion grenade goes through and maybe pick up something along the way. But Avixis doesn't really connect with anything just yet. Takes a little bit of damage from himself, but that's alright, as most of the flooring and dining is open, and anyone trying to deny that breach is going to really suffer. Sinretnov gets the successful breach onto the freezer, and that does look like they also have dying room control all the way through the bar. So they've got this east side control and they've locked it down. The castle barricades now become defenses for them, and they've swapped the roles here. They need to push through VIP corridor into the freezer aggressively, take these kills, and Sinretnov this behead Spider Gel. Mizu gets taken up by the Asian friend. It does look like Sinretnov takes a little bit more damage than he should. Civil gets taken out here, but one guy planting, and does look like Oxyon might have to stick it. Vixus pushes through and tries to hold an angle here, but KGBS denies Daxam, and he might just be able to do. Oh my gosh, oh, the Asian friend picks up a triple kill, picks up the 4, and he saves the entire round. How did they actually, how did they lose this? I cannot believe it. The Asian friend came in super clutch, man. He came through and he even hip fired the guy defusing the thing. Oh.
He was so surprised, the Asian friend, to see the planter and his cover not even looking, and so close together, not providing adequate coverage as they should have. And KGBS, yes, he was denied, but even he was just milliseconds away from shooting the planter and stopping the plant from even happening. It was, what, a 3v1 or 4v1 when the Asian friend swung in from behind on Freezer from White Stairs and just tore through what was left.
That was, by the way, a 4v1 clutch. Insane. They didn't clear him properly. He came in from the backside. They didn't even watch their backside, and they just pushed in the weird, in the most haphazard manner. And they had more than one person hold a single angle. Well, actually, no. I think they held 2 angles from the same side, which is okay. But no one actually held their rear. A little bit of an oversight coming in from Lisey, really costing them that attack round. MBT obviously salvaging that defense round for themselves. Because on defense for a map like Cafe Dostoevsky, you don't want to lose too many, you know? You want to be able to save as many attack rounds and actually put those in your back pocket. So, good job from MBT, and especially the Asian friend for really clutching that one out. But Lisey almost had that, and it was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, right. You are now going into round 3. It is 1 apiece so far. Not quite dominant for either team just yet, though Lissay might just have the overall upper hand. As you said, it was just sloppiness that cost them the round there. Maybe a flank drone would have been a lot more beneficial, a clearer comms. We don't know quite what happened behind the scenes, but all in all, we know that he lost them the round. Now, attacking onto the third floor, you saw the setup that was happening. You saw KGBS, he was opening the entire small box over there. You will be maybe able to see it soon enough. Getting a long angle from Freezer out into anyone trying to push in from Red Stairs. So dropping in now, Avixis, he's gonna eat a goo mine. It's just gonna hide behind. Luckily for him, there is no C4 ready and waiting for him. A bit risky and a bit surprising that MBT have not doubled up, especially given the fact that they have Spider Jaw. But no, here comes the C4. It's going to blow the Asian friend to Kingdom Come, and it's going to be a Kai trick, it seems, from below. Is he gonna be able to get it? Yes, it seems he has. So, the Asian friend.
So it does look like, sorry, he is sitting below. You go.
Yeah, he's just sitting below and just waiting. And this has really been working out well. The Kai trick, the C4, Zofia blown to pieces. So, Daxam, he's gonna fire back, finally. The Asian friend, the Kaid, is off the board, but he's really done his job. But Daxam is piling on KGBS. He goes down as well, and that's not someone you want to lose. The Maestro with the evil eyes. Guman goes out. Civil needs to run back. They're trying to flank him.
Oh, no,
trying
not
to
like
get
this.
rid of the Guman.
Civil.
He's going to collect one. No. Oxyon goes in, but Spider Jaw with 2. Headshots, no less.
This
man
He
has turned it back into MBT's favor.
Spider is, he is dependable, especially when it really matters. We do see that coming through, a double headshot, like you said. Very clutch. A couple of goo mines get popped there. A little bit more information. Mozzie, Spider Jowl, still sitting toasty with that C4 in his back pocket, waiting for the right opportunity in a 2v2 situation, really flipping it on its head. But with 15 seconds left on the clock, MBT are still in the advantage. SMT takes a little bit more damage than he should, and he rotates all the way around. A C4 might be able to deny this plant, but no! He planted on the safe side. And it does look like Spider is going to have to pull in a 4K in order to save this round.
I think he definitely can. Been popping heads ever since he has gotten significant amounts of practice into this game. And right now he's looking very good value for it. He's getting pinged, it seems, or he is receiving pings. Long angle, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to win that one gunfight. He wins his second, but time is running very, very low. He needs to start sticking the defuse or baiting it out at least. Mizu is just going to be very patient, and he sees the head, and he's going to connect. Finally, let's say, hang on by the skin of their teeth. And what a crazy back and forth round that was.
That was a very, very chaotic round, and I feel like there were some situations and some instances where MBT really shined, and where Lissay really overpowered them. So still that back and forth we've saw and seen coming over from Villa, a very heated rivalry between the two teams, and these guys are doing a bang-on job at giving us that A-grade quality material that we just love seeing here in Southeast Asia. So these gunners in Fian are just absolutely putting on the best show possible, and it's been absolutely mad. So hopefully coming around this time, we might see something a little bit different. Maestro is already setting up, and did we see a Maestro in the last round? I don't think so.
Yeah, we did. KGBS was playing Maestro.
Oh, right. But he got taken out early. He got
taken out, and Oxyon, pushing in from Cigar side, he made it work against the Legion as well. Before Spider Jaw started doing his thing, Yeah.
So, the cafe map so far for Lissay has been quite strong. MBT coming in, not looking lost, but definitely looking like they're not exactly in the best position at all times. So I don't think it's communication coming down this time. It's just really timing You know, they're not expecting Lisey to push and take some of these fights like we saw I think it was Civil playing over by that corner there in the cigar shop, actually taking a very risky position and contesting at a very risky angle. Definitely paid the price for that one. But moving over into the 4th round now, Lisey are strong and they should be able to secure this 3rd round going into round 4.
Yeah, so 2 minutes and just about 2 minutes left in this round. So far, looking okay for MBT, but it was the same in the previous round. Question is, can they hold on this time? Got very close. Unfortunately, just ran out of time. So Spider-Gel, he's collected one drone, as you can see right now, and he's going to try and maneuver it into a position to act as an extra camera. Not sure if the attacker drone saw him just there, or just assumed that it was a friendly one. Either way, they have a fair bit of utility to destroy in Cigar, together with the Evil Eye, and now the drone that Spider-Jaw has collected. Standard Claymore going down over here on red stairs. Sinred Nov, he's going to try and get this wall open. Bandit trick or Kite trick not going to be happening over here. EMP is used to perfection, but Sinred's going to push out, get one, almost gets a second and a third, but Sinred Nov somehow manages to collect himself. He really did not look ready for the gunfight.
Yeah, Duxon really tried to take the opportunity there and really capitalize on that breach and catching them by surprise. Sinranov taking a very risky angle here, but he's gonna still leave that one not too wounded, and he will be able to retreat just for now. The Asian friend still playing on that roam game with that 3 armor, 1 speed operator, but he has the long angle advantage that they're not expecting, especially since he also has a C4 in his back pocket. So that's exactly what he's banking on. He's just waiting for the right opportunity to be able to pick up a couple of free kills from below playing vertical. I'm not too sure if that's going to really translate over, but that hatch is open and they might just be able to pick something up this time around if they get it through the train downstairs. However, they'll need a lot of information and they'll really need to pick this one up. If he's ever going to C4, it's now.
No, C4 comes out, and it's going to be an opening over here. Mies is going to cut KGB. So once again, the Maestro is falling in the final few seconds, but there is the C4, the Asian friend from below the Kaid. Seemingly saving the day? Maybe not. Mies has collected one more, and the plant is going to start to go down by Oxyon. The Asian friend, he has a shotgun from below. He can deny this. Spider-Gel has a C4. He's going to use that instead. And Team MBT, they're going to win round 4. As Lisey are unable to stick the landing.
That was fantastic play by MBT, and Lisey almost had that. They were in a good position. However, MBT read into their play. They had good surveillance, they had all the intel, and they just played it well and denied it appropriately. Great job by MBT on that defense round and really saving and being prudent and being what's the word for it? They're just not wasting all their utility, like we saw in the last round, in the last map. They just didn't throw flashbangs for the sake of it. You know, they were thinking, you know what, I've got the C4, I've got this opportunity to use it, but this is not the right time just yet because I can't guarantee myself a kill here. But they knew where that plant was going down and they really banked in on it. We're going back down to kitchen now. 2-2 on round 5, Lisey versus MBT. Can we see MBT pull up? They've got 2 more chances here on defense. Can we see a 4-2 or a 3-3 come out with Lisey? I'm not too sure where it's gonna go because honestly, it's neck to neck every round in Fian.
Yeah, it's been very close here on Cafes, and why not? It was very close on the itself. Just the fact that Villa was so defender-sided kind of overshadowed how good both these teams are in relation to each other. So heading to round 5, we might actually see this half end 3-3. So MBT trying the same strategy that worked once and failed once. Although the time it did work, Lisey were well in the driver's seat, but just took the foot off the gas pedal and allowed that 1v3 clutch from the Asian friend on the Kaid.
Super tight, and honestly, I couldn't believe that they managed to pull that off. But we've seen a couple of things that MBT have done that we couldn't believe at all. Like, like thy Asian friend's 4K clutch. Absolutely insane, and we've seen that time and time again. We saw, and we also see now, I think, another C4. I think that was a C4 play by thy Asian friend. I'm not too sure. I heard an explosion. We didn't get to see exactly what was going on, but a couple of members are upstairs trying to deny as much entry as possible. KGBS takes a little bit more damage than he should, and Invictus wins that duel. He didn't leave completely unhurt, though. He's still in a bad position health-wise, and SMZ might be able to capitalize on it, considering that he's in a good position to really counter-flank and roam around here. So Invictus has no idea that SMZ is over by the mining. Daxa might find him, though. Or not. Okay.
Now Mizu, he is taken down one more. The Asian 1v3 heroics from at least, let's say once again in the driver's seat, but here we go. First strike back from SMZ, and he's gonna retreat all the way down to the first floor after collecting the kill onto Avixis.
Yeah, so managing to actually pull this through, and it does look like, let's say, have to finish your droning, really recollect and position properly now. So now that they are in a good spot, it does look like, let's say, are going to be able to really execute the right plan here. Mizu just double checking any positions and trying to flush anyone out, make them panic a little bit, maybe see if you can hit a couple of bullets, but this time around no one will be around. He will stop playing with that hammer, and it does look like he might be able to get a couple of entry denial devices on those shock wires there. So a little bit more around the corner. It does look like
bad timing.
Yeah, so oh no.
Oh no, there we go. Spider Gel, he was walking all around. If he had waited a bit on the previous hole he made, he would have actually have killed Spider Gel, but no, it's Spider Gel winning that gunfight. And that leaves 30 seconds for this wall to get opened up and for the execute to come out. But no one's droning. Civil, he's taken down Thermite, and the Thermite charge is still there, but it's not going to be activated. 1v2, it's all up to Daxam right now. And MBT, they don't need heroics. They have brought this back from a 3v5 to 1v2. Time is ticking away. Can Daxam do this? He's gonna go win, get hit by the goo mine, and get finished off by Spider Jal himself. And MBT are gonna take this half at least on even terms.
An amazing turnout for MBT on that 5th round there. Spider Jal really turning up big. What I want to really highlight with his kill on Mizu vertically is that he predicted exactly where Mizu was going to hit next, and he just took it. You know, the guy just sent it. Mizu and Mizu's head got sent flying backwards. So fantastic job by MBT to deny a lot of that utility and a lot of their gameplay there. They had some good moments. I felt like, let's say, weren't so tight, but they had a lot of angles they had to cover, and they were down on men. So that position there wasn't the best available. I felt like maybe they were rushing things. I'm not completely sure, but it did seem like it was starting to crumble from the beginning, starting with the first few opening kills coming from MBT, because they had, like you said, they had the momentum, they had the man advantage, and it just started to just deteriorate.
Yeah, indeed, and it was a bit of sloppiness that we saw from the first map coming in over here as well. You saw Civil, he just sitting there, the castle, and he just got the Thermite charge, he got the Thermite actually, and that was it. That was what they wanted to do in the last 30 seconds, and he just stopped everything from happening. 2v2 it was after that, but without the angles, they couldn't do much and could only funnel in through exactly where MBT wanted them to go.
So, when you play defense, you gotta play that mind game. You gotta be able to use the maze that you set up to your advantage, and you're not just setting up a bunch of defenses so you can shoot around them, right? You need to have a plan. You need to be able to capitalize on that plan and use the map in a way that makes your life easier, essentially, right? So, now that we are pushing into this last defense round for MBT, will we see, let's say, come alive again on that defense and really capitalize on things? Because attack is all about coordination and really about communication and intel. So Like,
You're talking about communication. I don't know if they've seen the visual. And there we go. The Asian friend, he's going to collect this. Sinren Nov, he thought he heard something, but he didn't drone it out properly.
oh no,
He
that was
heard-
I think that was a Vixus.
Oh, perhaps, but you know,
Oh.
no, Sinrenov was droning, but Elix is the one
yeah, right,
falling
right.
because you know you were talking about communication,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
exactly right there, a perfect example for you.
You know what?
You need to drone it properly, and
If-
then you call it clear.
You know what, man? I'm calling it Cactus Curse right now. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
So they're trying to take this third floor here over by Cigar. Darksam's gonna be pushing up. He's got the right timing here. Maybe he might be able to pick this one up here, but he gets refragged immediately. Good positioning coming in. SMZ cleaning that one up, and Civil actually taking out Mizu as well. So now they are double in their man advantage, and Lasey are still falling back. So they definitely can't underestimate MBT anymore or at all. And they have some good breaches. They've got some good positioning now. It does look like they are going to be able to just push on through, but they are still an entire floor away from getting this plant down. So they have 1 minute. They still have some time, but they are against twice their manpower.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Where they were looking so good the first two times they attacked this, they are not really looking so good anymore. And Oxian as well as Sinranov nearly losing their lives, but it's going to be Sinranov getting himself into 1v1 after he picks off one, and Oxian helps out with one more onto Spider Jowl. So SMZ suddenly, where it looked very certain the MBT would win this, Sinranov, Guma in his foot, 15 seconds left. SMZ has all the advantage right now. There is no information on him. And oh no, he's missed his gun. Oh, but he's still gonna collect
There we go.
kill. Sinranov, unfortunately, not quick enough on the draw. SMZ nearly mucking it up, but he gets it anyway. So MBT, they go into the second half 4-2.
I'm not even surprised that the game went, that round went the way it did. I'm actually interested to see how their thought process went through on this. Spider Jowl picking up Montagne. The Mountain himself making a comeback, and we're seeing a double shield play here. Actually, no. That was smart, because you know what? They were like, you know, which is the more viable, which is the more believable shield pick here? Is it Blitz or is it Montagne? It's definitely Montagne. But you know what?
Yeah.
We're going to switch that out, and this is our mind game. They're going to play very aggressive on this round, and they think, let's say they're going to think, you know what? They're going to play safe, but no. Blitz is going to take the advantage. He's going to push aggressively, and because they don't have a mute to deny that flash, it's going to be very hard for them. They don't have Warden either. So they're not going to be prepared for this at all. And they're going to be setting up in a very weird way. Very interesting to see how they're going to try to set this one up. And how MBT is going to actually capitalize on this, because we haven't seen a Blitz. So
I'm really not too sure. As you said, Monty is the pick that we always would see on maps such as this, but a Blitz coming out, this is some local Southeast Asian flavoring applied to the strategies, and I'm very interested to see what kind of a roam clip this is going to be from MBT. Looks like they're doing it bottom up with the Ash and Blitz working in tandem. It's going to be a bit slow though, because you're not as confident as you are on a Blitz compared to a Monty.
yeah, exactly. But he's going to be able to provide a little bit more aggression and a little bit more of a fear factor, because they're going to have to redirect a lot more attention just to take him out swiftly. Mizu is hanging by himself over by the pillars. He has the flank available to him, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to capitalize on it just yet. Let alone does he know he has to. So they're going to be pushing up the white stairs, and he will be safe for now, and so will they. But they're playing it very cautiously, but they will hear the Asian friend a mile away. They need to be ready to blitz this, and Ash behind him is exactly the operator they need for it.
Indeed. Now moving on, Mizu over here on
Oh.
Oh, I
Oh.
thought he might come up, but no.
Okay, so...
SMZ on the white stairs. What can he do right now? Amizu has picked up the first SMZ actually. And KGBS, he's going to take down Daxama in the trade. Mizu making his way up once again. He still has his C4. Can he do the spectacular fireworks that happened on the very first round? KGBS, he's going to be vital in this. And so is the Asian friend.
Yeah, he's not going to push that angle just yet. Mizu sees him. He's going to hip fire him once or twice. And you know what? Nothing coming out from that trade just yet, but it does mean that he's playing a little bit safe. He didn't have to pre too aggressively. Of course, he's playing it very smart, the Asian friend. Of course, knowing that he is not going to be in too much danger as long as he plays this patiently. With a 4-4 right now, they are still in the disadvantage. And Mizu is trying to roam back and actually get back the site as soon as he can. Vix is now playing the smoke. We'll be trying to deny this last 45 seconds with the remote gas grenades. Toxic Babes are available to him. A couple of members from MBT still by the new hatch and over now as well by the cigar lounge. And it does look, yeah, and I mean they have that breach open for the look of it. And maybe Mizu might be able to get a C4 from downstairs. We're unsure right now, but Sinren Nov picking up the Asian friend. There goes your Blitz. There goes your Spider Gel. And there we go. Let's say are just completely dismantling them. I felt like MBT would have had that if they played a little bit more aggressively. But round 7 finishing up for MBT on their first attack. Not really capitalizing on it. Being a little bit too slow and a little bit too safe.
That was, let's say, stamping the mark on the first defensive round. First defensive round for them. And Kitchen Service will be the second bomb site defended. The Blitz pick, not too wise, I would say. Didn't really have too much of an effect. When Mizu came knocking, he couldn't finish him off because of the fact that he was afraid to push him by sprinting straight at him. Because the distance was just too much and he would have been shot in the feet. But, well, the 3 kills that Lasey got in the final 20 seconds, as you said, if they had been more aggressive, MBT could have won this out. But Lasey just held the angles, wasted the time, and MBT had no choice but to just blindly push through.
So we're going for a reading defense this time around, and it should be a little bit more meta this time around. It's a site that I think it was Kickstarter and Intero really talking about, where it's taken over the choice pick for mining because of how because of the statistical, I don't know, the statistics for it are that it's a better site. Essentially, no one goes back to mining now because it's got that train room in the middle, it's got the hatch above it, and it really cuts both sides in half. Whereas this one, you kind of have the hallway in between, but it's a clear sight from one side at the other, so it's easier to defend. They're going to be holding upstairs though, Infian, so they're going for a 2-floor defense right now, and it may pay off for Lasey. We'll see how it really turns out though. Interesting to see this current setup to be quite forward.
So you can hear the beautiful orchestra music in the background over inside of piano. SMZ with the buck and the rogue skin on that C8. He's going to get up, open red hatch, and drones are going to start going in. It's going to be very important that this time around, when they drone, when the drop happens, unlike what happened with Lasey, there's good communication. They roam clear. When they call it clear, they make sure it's clear, checking every nook and cranny, especially since there is no vigil to be a menace with this ERC.
Yeah, definitely gonna see how that turns out for them. A couple of grenades go through. Daxam actually living through that grenade. Just a little bit too far for him to take any damage at all, but he is out of ADSs right now and he is getting droned out like crazy. So he's gonna take, oh wow, very aggressive push coming in from the Asian friend, picking up a nice double kill for himself upstairs, securing the cocktail lounge. My gosh, what aggression coming through from MBT. Really trying to secure this second. Oh my gosh, no way he walks into that C4. No way he walks into it. The Asian friend's reign of terror has been stopped, completely put to a halt with a very nicely placed C4 from Mizu, but they are still in the man advantage. With control upstairs as well, it does look like it's still in their favor. So what are they going to do now, Infian? They have the vertical control, they have the hatches open, and they will be able to secure maybe a couple of positions over by the pillars. A couple of grenades go down, and Vixus takes a little bit of damage, but tries to get a little bit, like you say, punchy through these vertical angles, trying to contest it with the SMG-11. Will they be able to really capitalize on it or not? Civil is eyeing on that pillar wall. May just actually trade a little bit here. Mizu takes a little bit of damage, just plays behind the mining wheel. And as he trades in and out, he's starting to get collapsed on by MBT. They all know where he is. He won't live too much longer. But will he take one down with him or not? There we go. KGBS by a Vixus. One being picked up here and a little bit more teamwork. There we go. Crossfires saving out Mizu. Really bringing it in. Civil now being picked up by Lasay. Really clutching that one for their team. And Spider Jaw has to push it in a very awkward position. 2 to 3 right now. 1 to 3. And Lasay cleaned that up very well. Round 8 going to Lasay so far. A defense very well coordinated indeed.
It was just that fight inside of mining decided the round right there. And this has allowed Lasay to tie things up over here 4 to 4. And well, we saw them make a 1-5 comeback happen. A 4-2 is not even something that they're going to be worried about. And look at that, it's 4-4 right now. That fight in mining, the fact they took so long to kill Mizu, they could have swung things around if they had won it. But the Ash was just playing a bit too passive, waiting for the support from the other end, which never really came.
Didn't really work out for him, and he wasted time. That's what his job was at that point. And Avixis saving him really helped secure and ensure that. So, fantastic crossfires coming out from Lasay so far, and it does look like round 9 is anyone's game. Lasay and MBT are neck to neck, but Lasay are turning into a very different beast on defense as MBT were over by Villa. Will they be able to keep this up or not? They have both reinforcements and all these walls secured up and locked in. They're not playing a castle strategy that we have been seeing so often and so commonly here on Cafe for the kitchen site. But the Vixus now on Vigil instead of Daxam. That's going to be very different for us coming through.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now, it is going to be the first floor defense, as you said. Now, Mizu is going to place it in an interesting location that pairs a bit high, but if it's going to trap the drone, whatever works. And you can see Oxygen getting the information over here onto the Asian friend. He's going to peek through the drone hole, and I don't think the Asian friend is going to give him the chance to take too much damage. Oh, that was so close. Oxygen just not quick enough on the adjustment to take some damage off from the Ash. She just walks by, and they know that she's making her way over, looking down into the long hallway right now. KGBS in support, Civil as well. So it's a very, very concerted, coordinated attack that's coming out from MBT right now. But we've seen the problem not really been coordination so far. It's just winning the gunfights over on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. So Daxam as well playing normally what we see to be Lonely's operator, and he's playing quite conservatively this time around. Lonely would be peeking that by now. He would be trying to take the fight. But Daxam is playing a little bit safer, so a similar type of player, but in a very different sort of logic. We see Mizu picking a very dirty angle from behind the railing and the grailing of that bomb. And playing on site as Mozzie might prove to be very beneficial for him. Pre-fires the angle, did see an arm come through, but doesn't use the C4 just yet as he hides behind the site. So flashbangs don't get denied by the ADS. Oh, both of them, there we go, do get denied now. Third one will pop through. But oh my gosh, there we go. Picking up a very simple kill by Mizu here. Maybe a third one as well. I am not too sure what's happening, but dropping 2 to 2 right now. MBT Spider Gel popping off so big with that AR-33. There we go. Thatcher, by the way, is a fragger, not a support. So Spider Gel will be pushing through, and Mizu, sorry, Infian, will be taken out, and Oxyon is all by himself. Will he be able to clutch just 1 to 2 right now? Civil and Spider Gel are in a position to plant. They did get a very safe plant by that diffuser. He has a couple of angles to play with, and he has to find both kills in order to secure this. One is droning, one is holding the angle. Now they're both pushing in, and they're trying to lock it in this side. One behind the counter now, and a couple of shots go through. Shoots a dead body, reveals his position, and now he's endangered. And there we go. Sorry, I dropped that train, and I feel really disappointed in myself as a caster. But all in all, Spider Gel. That was big. Was that a 4K? It was,
might
right?
have been. He took one of his teammates actually in the middle of that brouhaha. So that was 3 kills onto the defenders. But then he finished it off as well. So great stuff from MBT. You could see the way that the attack was shaping up. It was very, very well coordinated. And as I said, the gunfights that they were losing, they won it over here. Good setup for the trades as well. Just overall, exactly what we have come to expect from a team that is so very experienced in the Pro League. KGBS, he's now going to try that Ying again. This time on Cafe, just now he tried it on the final round of Villa. Wasn't very useful, but look at that. 13 kills apiece, Mizu and thy Asian friend. And as you go further down, it's a bit more disparate.
Yeah, so SMZ not doing so well this time around, and Daksam as well. Previously the top fragger, but now dropping down to the bottom of the board. Definitely not his game. But certainly not to say that it's a bad performance from him. He's played his role very well. It's just that MBT are just playing a very good game as well. A game that we haven't seen MBT play before. Because let's be honest, they were a very different team in the first half of the Pro League. And now that they're coming back after this game, they've really locked it down, and they're playing like they've never played with us before. Like their coordination is on point. They're still playing with the same sort of, let's say, how do I say this? They're still playing with that same sort of style, right? And we can see that in the lack of communication in some instances. But their teamwork, their overall game plan is so much better, and I am very surprised at how they are turning things around against Lisey so far. Oh no, Mizu. Oh, he walks back into the drone. Okay, he walks back into the pest, and one goes to the army of drones for Mozzie, the Australian operator, coming out in the coming out 2 patches ago. So season 10 was his debut, and there we go. Mozzie himself will be picking up a nice kill onto the Asian friend. Unfortunately, it did not drone in that direction, and the Commando 9 will pick it up quite simply with a very nice flick of the wrist. The reload comes through, and Civil is going to try to drone him out now. Doesn't pick up the drone, though. Not this time around, at least.
Now Civil, he's droning. He's near another pest, and I believe it's just behind. No, he's going to skip the pest. Very well done. Skillful drone parkour. And Mizu, actually, I bet he's been seen. There we go. He now knows he's been seen. He's trying to get the drone, but he doesn't have any pest launchers left. So he's going to shoot it and hope for the best. Peeking out a bit late on the turn, but he's going to be fine. SMZ's coming from behind, over from reading. Down white stairs he goes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to.
I don't think SMZ's going to expect it.
Not at all. He won't hear that drone getting destroyed either. A grenade will come out, and it won't pick up anyone just yet. He has an inkling of where he is, though. So, a nice kill from Spider Gel yet again, really turning up big for his team to maybe level out the playing field with 1 minute left on the clock. It's going to alleviate a little bit of that stress coming into this push. But Avixis, with that drone downstairs in a very good position, will notice that no one is down by the pillars. And Civil is going to get this breach on going through. Does look like Oxyon is dueling one man down at the White Hall. Puts out a goo mine to deny any more entry. But that White Hall now belongs to MPT as they push through. Avixis has to play a little bit safer. There we go. One more going down. Mizu actually picking up the kill on SMZ. I don't know how that worked out.
Avixis is dead.
Oh, he's done. That Ying push with Candelas, That's the first time I've seen it happen here on Season 10. So fantastic work so far. One more Candela. And doesn't look like Oxyon is going to make it out alive. Oh, he actually denies. Oh, nope. But he turned around and there we go. KGPES actually capitalizes on that with the LMG. Mizu's all by himself. 1-3 right now. He might be able to clutch this out. We've seen him do amazing things before. A triple kill going down so far. And he looks like he might just be able to save this one out. He's still got a lot of time available to him. And KGB and Civil are in advantageous positions trying to cover a crossfire, and they have no clue where they are. Both by the cocktail lounge, and it does look like MBT will be able to win round 10. Very tight between these two Malaysian teams right now.
Indeed, excellent stuff. But MBT, they're just running away with it, and round number 11 right now, they could end it here if they perform well. 6-4. Let's say this time around can only get a maximum of 1 point. Else, they might have to settle for a loss.
I cannot even believe Ying worked wonders for MBT. Wonders,
yeah, that was a
by the way.
very good push.
Yeah, they denied. They took out Smoke quite easily. Oxyon was forced to turn around, and he couldn't do anything about it. I mean, he could have pushed at that time, but there were so many angles covering his position that if he peeked out, he would have died. So, they are pushing in now. Let's say they're going to try this side upstairs one more time. Will they pull out some different strategies coming through? Sin Retnov is now on that dock, and it looks like he's going to be trying to hold around the Heaven Cocktail Lounge balcony. Daksam now back onto that Vigil instead, and they might just play it a little bit differently this time. We normally do see that, let's say, play a little bit more conservatively, but this time Avixis is even on that Jaeger, so they're taking this full force, and they're trying to frag out here, trying to outduel MBT because they are so close to winning the second map and drawing it in. They are pulling out all the stops right now, Infian. They do not want to lose this. They cannot afford another loss on this round. And now that they are thinking about it, you know, like, this, they're going to have to pull up another miracle save, because I don't know if they're going to be able to pull in another 6-round streak in order to clutch this second map. But it's cutting it way too close, and MBT are about to win this one.
We're gonna have to see what happens, but there we go. SM 14. He's gonna take down Mizu, who just looks the wrong way, exposes his head, and the SMZ does not hesitate at all.
SMZ picking up that kill with Dokebi, operator that has been buffed by gifting it frag grenades, so Sin Retnov, taking a little bit more damage than he should, will be rotating into a safer spot there. I would have stim pistoled myself by now, but he's in a safe position to do that. But maybe you can't justify that, considering that the stim pistol would overheal. Maybe that's not what you want. But right now, let's say are in a man disadvantage, and Daksam has to just play it safe as well as he can. He opens up the hatch so for maybe he can bring himself in on a late roam. The drone comes in, kind of figures out exactly where he is, but I don't know if they're going to be able to capitalize on this. A couple of X-Kairos go down on that wall there, and they should be able to breach through. Does look like the Candelas go through and get ADS. Breach opens up, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to capitalize on it. It does look like it's going to be a vaultable, and he's actually moved in behind the minibar, so a very aggressive position coming through, and Spider Jaw gets taken out, but Daksam picks up a double kill onto MBT, and a triple, oh no, there we go, Oxyon saves him and frags out there. One on by the white stairs, might be able to pick this one up. Oxyon's caught in a bit of a pinch, and it does look like he will be taken out there as they get pushed in by SMZ, who's turning out absolutely massive for his team right now. Sin Retnov is the only one left, and it does look like MBT might be able to draw this one out 1-1, boys and girls. Civil at SMZ versus Sin Retnov. If it's any time to overstim yourself and overheal, it goes Super Saiyan on all these guys. It's right now. No, it's not possible. There we go. MBT get the refrag, and the GGs come out. MBT win a match against Lasay in a very convincing fashion. A very tight matchup nonetheless, but they definitely pulled through and showed the rest of the world that they have definitely stepped up their game.
Indeed. Really, really well done to Team MBT here. They look good value for the lead coming to the half. 4-2. Let it slip to 4-4. Really on the backs of Mizu. 16 kills, but overall team effort was just
16.
better for MBT. 16 is incredible, and unfortunate that he could not get the win for his team. They did get 3 points though after winning the first map,
Yeah.
recovering from 1-5 down on Villa to make it 7-5, and then making it 7-4 here. So bit of just practice, it seems. MBT just seeming a little bit more practiced over here on Cafe.
Yeah, maybe it's the different roster for Lisey, because they normally have Lonely. I'm not too sure why he's not playing this time around, but it does look like because he isn't around, something's missing. Not saying that the team didn't play well at all. They definitely had some fantastic rounds. They still pulled in that 6-win streak over by Villa to clutch out the first map, but that was way too close for comfort. Something happened on their attacks that's really let Lisey down. I don't know what's happening. And to be frank, I think it's not just that Lisey are missing something in their teamwork at the moment with that current particular roster, but I feel that MBT just played fantastic. So we'll be going into our next matchup with Nex and Void. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing. This ain't real, you're not here. Visions of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence.
Bring me water, bring me fire, reignite my senses. Give me something to look for. I know I'll make the distance then. Watch me take it over. I know I'll have the power then. Daylight's breaking, pouring over. Swallows the night whole again. quench my thirst. I'm starving so fast. Then the blue sky turns to black clouds, storms come rolling by, and there's electricity in the air keeping me alive. But I got no radio waves, no SOS to keep me safe. Burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. When you gonna board, please come and roll me home. I'm only playing 'cause I'm caught out here alone. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. So burn me up like the midday sun. I got no shade. Frostbite comes to slow my heart rate, and I can't keep pace. I'm reincarnated. I'm reincarnated. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken.
You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy.
So hello and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Pro League. Second match of the night, Team Void, the other team that is Next Esports. And you can see the Team Void roster over here. PTK King, Bachelor, Jibausi, Steve, and Detrian. Detrian obviously coming in to replace Revek, the former Airwolf player who decided to hang up his proverbial competing boots over here in Rainbow Six. And on the other side, we have Next Esports, Warbok, Kirisaku, Pew Pew, Funlex, Divo, and Red Sun. So Red Sun is on Next Esports, the former Xavier Esports player.
And it's
exciting stuff.
It's crazy because we've seen Red Sun in the Thai Pro League scene absolutely demolish his competition. Any team he goes near, he transforms. Young blood, particularly as well. An underage team, but definitely one of the most scary teams in Rainbow Six available in the Southeast Asian region. So, him and this new player, Divo, Funlex, I'm not sure how he plays or anything about him, but honestly, it's crazy to see that these gunners are coming through from these Thai teams, and there's so many of them, and they're so scary, Infian.
Yeah, indeed. These Thai gunners are very, very strong, and the fact that they've got Red Sun on their team is a massive boost to them. Void, they also lost Jordan. Jordan going over to become a sixth player for Airwolf, might even become the part of the main lineup at the end of Season 10, after the end of Season 10, when Mentalist has to step down from Rainbow Six for the foreseeable future.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens, but hopefully, he's able to come back. But yeah, Void undergoing a roster change, and so are Nex. So Red Sun is going to be a huge boost. His experience is going to be massive. And we're first going to be going to Clubhouse, the default bans being Bank and Coastline. Then Border, Consulate, Cafe, and Villa banned in the order by Void and Nex. And then finally we result in the final pick being Clubhouse.
So Clubhouse is a map that we've seen where all these players are so tight and close together. Honestly, I think it really comes down to a lot of teamwork, coordination, and you're gonna see a lot of high aggression gunplay because the corridors are so tight. It's so close together. It's very breach heavy as well. There's a lot of hard breach that goes through it. So depending on the bans we see come in, we might see a Kaid ban, we might see a Thermite or a Habana ban. Either one is going to be pretty important, but I'm hoping to see a Capital ban, because the last time we didn't see a Capital ban, not only was he kind of underused, but the times that we did see him used, he was really dangerous. He really cut off a lot of line of sight, a lot of rotation, and it just made it too easy for the attackers. So we see that Villa and Consulate get banned by Nex, and I'm finding that quite particular because these are maps that you would imagine gunners, gun players, the sort of like how Nex are, would favor these maps, but apparently not. And we're seeing Void actually allow Clubhouse to come through. So we've seen Void on Clubhouse quite a bit to some great success, but we'll have to see how they do against a very team fight heavy team like Next Esports, especially now that they have Red Sun and they have this new guy, Divo.
Yeah, that's right. Funlex. What can you do, Team Void, on defense? They're going to have a fair bit of an advantage being on Clubhouse. Defense very, very strong. And instantly they're banning Montagna. The Red Sun. And they know. They remember how good he was. With
Iconic.
Montagna. Yeah.
It's iconic, really. Him and Lunar Metal are just notoriously the big two mountains.
Yeah, indeed. So the Montagnier ban coming out, and then that's going to be followed up by a Jackal ban from Next. So clearly these guys are finding no need for a Jackal, and both hard breachers also, or rather all three hard breachers, left unbanned over on this map. And that's usually a surprise. You'd see one of the hard breachers banned sometimes. Echo ban, very, very standard. He makes a lot of holds on pretty much every bomb site so much easier with his two invisible, almost invisible yokai drones. Team Void going to get the final ban on defense. So now they've got to make a decision. Which operator would they be okay with not playing with for the first 6 rounds that also gives them an advantage when Next defense, and it's going to be Valkyrie.
Oh.
So that's a third Valkyrie ban tonight.
Intel's scary, man. You know,
Yeah.
you got good intel and you know how to you to really use it and capitalize on it. It changes the game, it changes the entire landscape, and it can either speed up the pace or slow down the pace for some of these players. And Amaru getting teased here. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see her. Very exciting operator to come through in the next season, however, along with Goyo. But this time around, PK will be on that Zofia.
Indeed. Now, PX Kai, I believe.
I think that's Divos. I think that's Divos.
Yeah, that's probably Funneck, but well, we're just gonna call him Peaky.
Peaky.
I think.
Peaky's
I think
fine.
let's run with Peaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's run.
Because he's
Kiryu
probably
Saku,
gonna
obviously.
peak. He's probably gonna peak with an
Yes,
operator like
exactly.
Zofia. There we go. We've got puns, boys and girls. Jokes still here, coming out on Southeast Asian Pro League. Jabowski, a name I haven't said in a while, along with Bachelor, PT King, Detrian. Hey, welcome back, boy, and Steffi.
So yeah,
Void.
First defense on the basement, very very standard choice. You can either go to the basement or onto Cash Room. But yesterday, when we saw Clubhouse being played by Luminescent, they chose to avoid Cash and CCTV completely. Instead, trying to defend Gym and Bedroom first and then coming down here. Obviously unsuccessful many times, but they got 3 rounds off on defense against Airwolf. So that's a very, very smart way of making those bullet holes. He just watched his teammate run back and he's like, all right, if my teammate's running back this path, so will the attackers. And he makes those bullet holes over there with his pistol, giving him a nice line of sight. But this is a very aggressive play. We talked about this. The Thai player is so aggressive and instantly pushing down. He has been called up with Detrian with Pulse Scanner for sure. There we go. You can see him there, and pre-fire came out from the defenders. So this is very good control being taken. They know no one's roaming.
Yeah, so definitely going to be able to just capitalize on this. Warbark getting very aggressive, already pushing through. And Next, definitely not wasting any time taking this ground. So they've already gained control over Lounge, soon over Bar as well. And I'm hoping some of this vertical game comes out. The hatch already starts getting a little bit more work on.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And Pew Pew, the Twitch main that we know him to be, is taking these aggressive angles in the scariest of manners for both him and for the defenders. And it does seem like Stev is already trying to contest this from the bottom up. So it does look like they failed on getting that breach open and aren't able to actually capitalize on that kitchen hatch. But the motor hatch should still be available to them to capitalize on. Jabowski trying to hold it down as well, and Warbark is rotating all the way to Oil Pit. I feel like they're spreading themselves a little thin, and they're gonna really depend on each individual player and picking up massive kills. But
yeah, there we go. You saw the drone coming in from that barricade working against him. He got droned out. He didn't even turn to look, didn't hear the drone. Loses his life right there. And over here, Jibausi, he's in a tight spot as well. Two people pushing him. He's getting concussed as well. There's not much he can do. He has to run back to behind Generator. Detrian, though, he's going to collect a pistol kill onto Pew Pew. And surprisingly, the bullet hole he made is not being used right now, because this is a prime opportunity to finish off Warbuck. Red Sun, though, he has taken down Stev, seems to have been down in return on very low HP. Jibausi takes down Warbuck, finally pushing in, and PT King over here picks.
Oh my god.
He's down as well, Jibausi, and missing so close. Kirisaku survives. So yes, Red Sun, he is down, and Kirisaku has to make this work, and Jibausi is not even looking. Shot from behind. Kirisaku, can he make this 1v2? Clutch, he kills Detrian too. It's now a 1v1. 10 seconds for him to go. He's going to be fighting SMG-11 or a shotgun. He's going to get the clutch. How does this happen against PT King? Doesn't pull out the weapon he needed. Doesn't fire, and Kirisaku, despite sprinting around, giving away his location, makes the 1v3 happen.
How do you let a man crouch walk in your sight and then just dismantle your team, miss your shots on him when he has his back turned to you, and then just feed him bodies one after another? An amazing play by Kirisaku.
I mean, Jibausi was looking at blue, so they clearly had no info.
Yep.
Despite Detrian, the pulse still being up and running. And immediately after Jibausi dies, Detrian white peaks that, gets himself killed. Then PT King, and then Detrian, PT King, I don't know what he was doing with that, and just baffling decisions by all three remaining players, despite there being info. So, curious stuff, and next winning a round that they really should. Moving on.
I mean, Void are really turning up quite well. A lot of these teams coming from this long break really showing that they've trained and they've actually improved. So I'm actually quite pleased to see that this improvement is real and is happening for a lot of these teams, and we're definitely seeing an upskill come through for the Southeast Asian region. As casters, we couldn't be happier, to be honest. But every team has stepped up, which is a great thing. But which team will take away the win tonight here between Nex and Void? The last few days we've seen, well, yesterday we saw, was it Aerowolf?
Yeah, Aerowolf and Luminescent over here.
With a very different kind of turnout. Like, they still won both games, but it was still shocking. Luminescent still brought in a pretty decent couple of rounds.
Yeah, the first half was 3-3.
On that second map, right?
Yeah, on Clubhouse itself. So, but it is because, you know, this is defender-sided. So for Void to throw that round away in such a manner, there should have been 1-0 to their favor. And they're going to be really hoping right now, them and their fans, that this does not come back to haunt them. He sees Jibausi, the Claymore being planted. He's calling out this information, but there's no one there to capitalize just quite yet. He knows he can't jump out. He doesn't have an impact grenade. The C4 is going to take too long. Detrian is coming to assist, however.
So maybe he should be able to bring something coming through. Mozzie is a very strong operator, either as a flanker, as an intel gatherer, or most likely both in a lot of cases. He's got a good position right now, and Jibausi has a lot of information. He can actually bring in a very nasty flank, but Pew Pew is already crouch walking all the way onto the other side, and he's very cautious, and that's what we don't normally see him play. We're very used to seeing Pew Pew play right in someone's face and very aggressive, hyper aggressive if anything. But here we go, PT King is going to be in a corner waiting for the right opportunity, and Stev trying to hold this garage wall from a corner here, and actually quite exposed. And I'm surprised PT King's trying to make this rotation happen. He does get over into the little corner by the garage on the catwalk, but they now know exactly where he is. Oh no, he's got 2
Indeed.
crossfires on him. You see this?
Oh, pew pew. He's gonna collect Bachelor. Detrian falls. And this is all happening right now. Stev almost gets that. Oh, but he does get the kill onto Red Sun. Warbach finishes him off though. And just like that, next cleave through this cash defense.
It's a very different performance coming up from Nex and Void here on that second round. Third round coming through though. I'm expecting Void to go. Oh, they're going back downstairs.
Yeah, fair enough. They were really a 3v1 away from winning in 10 seconds. Neither did Peter King hide in that round, nor did he like
I don't
try
think
to contest it properly.
Yeah, I don't think he achieved anything really. His
Yeah.
position was kind of moot. You saw that they had a double crossfire on him. Even if he vaulted down at that point, he would have just died. And they would have just found him. I feel like there wasn't much setup and investment over by Cash. I don't know how Pew Pew just crouch walks all the way into construction.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
No one knows anything about it, and he just shoots everybody dead. A Twitch, by the way, not using her drones,
Yeah.
not even using her utility. Your Mozzie pests aren't picking anything up. No one. Were there any? Was there a Legion last round? There was, right?
Nah, there
any-
wasn't actually.
Oh, there wasn't. Okay, so they had the Legion downstairs, right? But
they had the
But was
Mozzie
anyone-
playing together with Pulse below and Stev, of course. in
no
the
one
garage.
was watching construction. They had all these distractions coming
Yeah.
through over by the garage side, but no one actually played and defended the cache. He walked in, he saw them with their backs turned, and then he just took them out. Like, he got an easy double, and then
Moving out to locate a bomb.
everyone else on Void was pinned down. It's just bad positioning, really, and bad timing.
Yeah, right. So let's continue on. It's 2-0 to Next. Really should have been 1-1 at most, but what is done is done. The control that Pew Pew's taking, he's actually gonna Jibati, what were you doing, my man? If you're roaming so aggressively, you need to be on your toes. Bachelor is, however, he finally collects a kill after being finished off in the past 2 rounds. Trades out Jabausi, but the leash and all his goo mines just being able to place 2 at most 3 in this round.
Yeah, there we go. An even scoreboard so far. Bachelor has dropped quite low, and as a Jaeger, that's not ideal. They don't have a dock on that side either to heal him up, so he's got to really pick his fights here. But now that Detrian does have a drone, he will be able to just feed a little bit more information, to his team. Jabausi will be able to hover on that drone and watch it for him. But Pew Pew gets taken along with PT King, and Next now are in a man disadvantage, but in a good, strong position. Warbach still has an EMP, I think, and they should be able to get this hatch open. Should be no issue, really. But will they be able to capitalize on these positions? Habana doesn't have any breaching charges, so she won't be able to play any vertical game, especially with both your soft breachers taken off the board.
Yeah, indeed. So, Peaky not really having too much of an effect so far. They are going to feel the loss of the Zofia, especially if he has concussions. This is a risky choice by Detrian, but he has his drone set up, and surely they have heard him. He's just going to hold the angle, wait for the slow peek. Unfortunately, he turns at the wrong time. Warbach's going to finish him off. Detrian, he had that gunfight, just got a little too impatient. Didn't think that Warbach was there. Bachelor still low on HP, but the time is still acceptable. Peter King with those remote gas grenades. Red Sun, he's trying to make his way through construction, but he has messed up the X-Kairos, and unfortunately, that closes off a vital lane for him and his team. Kirisaku's gonna drop down, but instantly shut down the Bachelor. Excellent timing, excellent prediction. And now the diffuser is in a terrible spot. It's going to be hard for them to recover it. Bachelor, he's going to go down, finally. And unfortunately for Warbach, he's going to push too aggressively. And Stev is going to finish them off. That's a 3-piece for him in this round. And Team Void finally get that basement defensive win. And they're looking a lot stronger here on defense than they did on cash.
Much stronger and far more coordinated as well, so really picking the right fights there. Void actually pulling in finally their first win, and not too late either, still 2-1 on run 4. still very salvageable and still anyone's game, really. So now that we're looking at these bans and these picks coming through, we're starting to see a little pattern here. While Valkyrie and Echo have been taken off the board, they are still using as much intel as possible over on that defense. So really maximizing it, and they're saying that, you know what, it doesn't matter if we don't have Valkyrie, we're still gonna play these operators, and we're still gonna be able to bring a lot of hurt and a lot of utility to our team, especially with a Maestro still on the board. So it really comes down to wondering, like, was it really the better ban or not? You know, like taking off Valkyrie over these other operators.
What I'm actually a fair bit surprised about the hold from Void over here on the second floor is that they don't have a shield set up on Catwalk. That's usually common. And you still have Jaeger, or you can bring the deployable shield, I believe. Maestro's lost his deployable shield. But, oh, this is some nice drone park off from Warbuck to avoid that test and getting into a good position as well. So, Detrian on the Mozzie this time around, he's brought barbed wire instead of C4.
I mean, maybe they needed it. You know, they don't necessarily always have to have the C4 in order to maximize damage and pick up as many kills as possible. Information and the deterrents that barbed wire provide is very, very valuable as well, and can be exactly what they need in order to make sure that they stop a very aggressive push coming out from next. Because, like I said before, these are players that play super aggressive, super dangerously. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, if anything, Pew Pew definitely hears a couple of footsteps.
Oh, he's gonna
sees
win that
ahead.
if he...
Oh no, he decides to pull off it. A little prudent and a very lucky decision, but Detrian is hanging around this corner here. He's waiting for the right moment. He's peeking out the other window, and they're just next to each other. It's kind of
They need to coordinate this Void.
Yep, exactly. But they don't have information on him.
I think he's gonna get the bandit trick. No, he's not.
I think the Thatcher was well timed on that bandit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, Pew Pew leaps in, but Detrian through. You tried to do the wall. Detrian turning around, and what a headshot. Traces it almost to perfection. Collects himself and the kill onto Pew Pew. That is a big one. And halfway through the round as well. So Stev is still here downstairs. He's got angle onto the stairs. He's covering PT King. So PT King can focus on this thermite hold perfectly. This is good stuff from Void. The setups have really paid off so far in this round.
Yeah, Detrian really coming back strong into this Pro League. Returning to the Pro League and actually making a good showing so far. Jabausi will be taking on Stev. Trades it out
Red Sun doesn't know.
For Peaky. There we go, and Stev gets taken out by Red Sun. The man himself also making a return with a double kill to the Pro League after leaving Xavier Esports, coming back onto another Thai team, but in great fashion. So PT King is waiting for the right moment to peek this, but I don't think he realizes that Red Sun is directly below him. The information should have been fed to him, but he hasn't heard anything just yet. And as soon as as soon as he touches that barbed wire, he's gonna get given away. But oh no, he pushes right through, and his feet get exposed. Red Sun pick up PT King by a very callous mistake. And oh my gosh, one after another, Detrian cleans it up, but it's not enough because Red Sun finishes it off and picks up that last kill to clean up the round.
That was all on Red Sun that round. Every single time he got a kill, it was greatly impactful. He got Jabausi first, trying to come up on the flank from the basement. Then after that, he got the Maestro that was terrorizing Garage. Then he got the kill at the top of the stairs. The barbed wire just placed a bit too high, and the choice to go drone just not the right one. And then he closes things up as well. So that's a 4K for him. Excellent stuff from Red Sun.
Warbuck switching over to the Maverick is pretty interesting. I'm actually interested. We haven't seen him just yet this game. I'm surprised actually, but now they've got all hard breaches on deck, and you're ready to attack these hatches because
triple hard breaches. Just I've not seen that before.
I mean, I think they were expecting them to go downstairs, But
yeah,
if
and
this
the
gone-
last time, you're right. The last time it was Red Sun who couldn't get through Dirt Tunnel.
Yep, yep,
So
correct. But now that we are seeing them go upstairs instead, Maverick's still going to bring a lot of strength to that team if he actually manages to push into this logistics room. Maybe even attack over by the... I think they're going to be reinforcing the server room a little bit more than the actual cash room, which is a bit interesting. We don't really see that often. But definitely going to still bring a lot of utility to the team and won't be wasted at all. Stev is going to be back here by the strip club waiting for a sneaky little run out. Maybe they've droned him. Maybe they will be able to clear him out, but he might actually get a bit of a flank going on here. He does have that C4 available to him. If he pushes out at the right time, it's all over for Nex over here by the jacuzzi.
Bomb located by attackers.
right, you are now Red Sun using the upside down rappel, trying to peek through, but he's gonna lose the. Surprisingly, PT King winning it out because he has the high ground, and that upside down peek does not quite work. Oh wow!
What?
That's incredible stuff. Warbark gets himself killed. Oh, that is incredible
That is
stuff.
a
The Claymore
meme and a
activated just as he opened the hole,
Someone
and it
clip
killed
that.
him too.
Someone clip
That
that,
was
for
insane.
me. That is a one. I've never seen that happen before, but you know what? It's gonna happen eventually. It was gonna happen one day.
I remember it vaguely like once, but like once. You know, I don't even remember when, but
How many seasons ago, right? Exactly.
yeah, I don't.
Oh,
This kind of stuff doesn't happen, and well, Bachelor, he's gonna pre-prep a C4. Pew Pew's gone down
Detrian doing a good job on that road.
again. Yeah, that's right. And now it's just up to Kirisaku and Piki. Piki really needs to justify his place right now, show everyone what he's capable of.
It's kind of funny because they would have had a great advantage and they just lost it. I mean, they took out Warbark.
Attackers have located.
They took out Warbark and you know, Void are still in that lead here. They've got a lot of potential around, but it's hilarious, really. I'm still shocked. Anyway, Kirisaku sees one rotate over, but he's still alive. Actually, loses that duel prone. Detrian, how do you get away with that? This man is making quite the comeback here on the Pro League. Will he win this duel out with Piki? But no, my
How
god.
does that work?
He trades it out for a down, but the
on,
withstand
finish.
picks him up, and there we go. Team Void cleaned that up with a shotgun long range just to test out their accuracy on that hip fire.
Bachelor looking strong in that round, and really that was essentially all Detrian and that hilarious Claymore kill on the Maverick.
Warbuck, I don't know. It was complete accident.
Feels bad.
Yeah, it feels bad,
just
man.
feels
Feels
bad.
bad, man. But you know what? It's like, you know, hey, I got us a kill, guys. You know, like I took something out for us. Good luck. I did my part. I traded out 1-to-1, and you know, 1-to-1 trades are always welcome in any game. So, Detrian, like you said, it's been his show so far, and he's making a huge comeback here on the 10th season, the last few days of the 10th season of the Southeast Asian Pro League. Welcome back, Detrian. Definitely very impressed with your performance so far. Red Sun as well, of course, bringing it back. So these two giants in Fian are coming back into the Pro League. Players that have been around for a very long time. Players that I've seen on Instagram in my first early days of Rainbow Six, ever picking up the game. You know, like just sitting there and, you know, you scroll through all these videos. Detrian was one of those players that put up a lot of his content, really got his name out there. And now that we're seeing him come back, for me, it's like, man, I am so pleased and happy to see him perform at this level still consistently amongst everybody else.
5 seconds to insertion.
Right, you are. Now Void will be able to tie things up, but still not really good fortunes looking for them, because 3-2 down right now. At most, they're going to be doing 3 defensive half. If Nex is able to stretch their legs on defense on Clubhouse, over here, they might not be able to win. So, well, Void gonna have a tough road, even if they win this round. first, though, they have to win this round to even get close to thinking about 3 points or even 1 point.
It's always a great show here between Nex and teams like Nex and Void, especially when Nex are here playing aggressively as Pew Pew is using that Twitch drone to clear his own way as a fragger so that his push is unimpeded. He won't be stopped anytime soon, and there we go, a little bit of a pre-fire coming out. Won't be trading it out anytime soon, but he will be a little bit more aware. Probably going back on that shock drone quite promptly, but he's just going to hold his angle in the meantime while Void try to just sit tight and toasty. Bachelor and Jabowski supporting one another, but these castle barricades are going to keep them nice and safe for the meantime. Pew Pew is going to be shock droning out again one more time, and like I said, clearing on anyone and anything in his way.
So over here into blue, it's going to be Jabowski and Bachelor holding yet again. That's quite the array of holds. Damn, that is the aggression that we him for. He's gonna peek onto Warbark onto the main stairs, take him down. That's easy as pie.
No.
And so is this. Pew Pew gets a long angle on Detrian, and that is just a free kill. Peaky, he's made his silent way into the dirt tunnel, and that triple hard breach working out well. Didn't really need the Thatcher, and he's gone anyway.
Yeah, they still haven't gotten that castle barricade removed over by the motor hall, the motor church and door, and Peaky is nowhere near to take it down. They don't have many other soft breaches available. He gets the kill onto PT King. He's gonna push through, and he's gonna be able to pick up the second double kill as well with a pistol.
What?
Pick up, no, doesn't get the third, but he does assist in it. Jabowski picks up one more, but he cleans up on a triple kill himself. Boyd, Jabowski 1 HP and a dream. Kirisaku just has the he's gonna go for the plant. He's gonna wait for the right moment. He's gonna stop him with that plant right now. He's rotating out. He gets a pre-fire, and he might be able to pick this one up. Doesn't get hit a single time. Couple of goo mines come out. It does look like he's trading it left and right, and oh my god, he won't be able to pick up the 4 kills. Jabowski takes out Kirisaku on round 6. The goo mines didn't stop him. The flashes didn't stop him, and he does pick up the last one to clutch it with a dream and 10 HP. He should have.
He should have won. But he got way too aggressive. He got the kill. And then he pushed on for some reason.
He got way too peaky. You know, he started peeking way more than he should have, and that's when he got his nickname, Boys and Girls. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll see myself out.
But I'm sorry. Seriously, Peaky, why did you peek?
Not like that. Not like this. That's a clip.
He took too much damage, but come on. He got the entry that he needed, getting those 2 kills. Helped with the 3rd one in the hallway as well. That's it. Just hold the angle.
Just be patient.
Yeah.
He should have stuck that plant, by the way. He was so close to nailing it.
Yeah.
But of course, Jabowski would have read into that and recapitalized, so he would have just pushed up anyway. Don't forget, guys, Pro League Tachanka now available. Don't miss out on this opportunity to pay tribute to thy lord. So, Pew Pew going to be getting those hatches upstairs. Void bringing in a very tight game and now switching over to attack. Are we going to see something different from them? Next are a team that excel on attack. But here we go, now that they are on defense. Should be able to do just as well because, like we say all the time, it is a defender-sided map, and defenders generally and naturally have the advantage in Rainbow Six.
So, defenders have an advantage, and especially so on Clubhouse over here. Warbucks wing the pulse this time around. It's a fairly interesting lineup with the Capcan, especially Red Sun. He's quite prolific on that. He's really good with the Capcan gun, and the EDDs, if you are able to waste the attacker's time, they become very powerful as the attackers just stop checking. Detrian though, on the IQ, he has seen this pulse, and Stev has actually picked up Red Sun, so no gun skills coming out from Red Sun, only the EDD that he's already placed.
The thing is though, I mean, Capcan gets overlooked a lot because his gun isn't strong. Ooh, Detrian almost picking this one up. He gets, a double C4 coming through. Maybe an impact grenade, maybe. I'm not completely sure, but oh my gosh, a lot of these shots are going through.
So
a couple of them
much
hit, but not enough to take him out. A couple of breach charges going down. A couple of shots upstairs don't actually take out the breach charge itself.
Oh, he sees him.
Does
You
it?
see him?
No, he didn't. He camouflaged with that armory cabinet. I'm losing my words. And oh my gosh,
Detrian.
my heart is racing right
He
now.
hears
Detrian
him.
just missing it left and right. Who's gonna get this kill though? Does look like Detrian cops a little bit more damage than the bandit, and there we go. Pew Pew loses the trade, and Detrian proves to be superior in this instance. That LMG coming in big for Detrian so far, and it's proving to be very valuable, especially since now that LMG actually has a angled grip. So the ADS time has been reduced. It's very viable. It's very dangerous. It's a very strong gun as well.
Exactly, and the LMG just press mouse 1 and let it rip, and that's what he did to take down Pew. Worked out well. Now he's holding the angle upstairs. So look at this very flexible setup that they have, but he's gonna have to start contributing to the final push. Kirisaku has taken down Stev, and the flashbangs are being dropped from the kitchen hatch, but they cannot drop. Kirisaku's holding the angle, peeking. He's right there as well. He hears the drop. He's gonna peek, and unfortunately, the thermite. He's not looking, but oh, there we go. Jibausi, he's taken down, and it's all up to PT King. He's gonna pull out the pistol. He can't get the clutch out, and Warbach closes things out. Next looked a bit shaky, but so did Void. And it's going to be the Thai team coming out on top over here.
Very good play by Next to patiently play that out. They did take a lot of early casualties though. Red Sun and Pew Pew going down quite quickly was detrimental. But Void just weren't able to capitalize, and the double drop downstairs was just not enough over by the kitchen hatch. Almost had it though. Very close round. It was really down to the last two frags and a couple of seconds. Could have gone either way. So I'm excited to see how round 8 turned out, and if Next will be able to keep this up and bring in a win for themselves on round 8.
Attackers need to look
Right, so it's tough for them. Now they have to attack onto Cash Room. Red Sun's playing the Kaid, and they're also bringing the Bandit in the form of Warbach. So this is going to be very strong wall denial utility over here. Stev's going to lose his drone. He's going to see Kirisaku. Not sure if he saw Red Sun, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to find out soon enough. So the choice not to bring a Maverick is definitely curious from Team Void, as well as the fact that there's no Capital. We all know how powerful the combination of a Maverick and Capital is, but to not see even one of them on this attack is definitely a head scratcher. We didn't see much of it yesterday as well.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
There we go. Pew Pew is going to be hovering down just by the garage here, taking a very aggressive angle. We'll be able to pick up an opening kill, and that's just poor droning. They should have realized that he was holding that and just peeking and pushing up without actually controlling that run out. I mean, sure, he didn't run out, but he was definitely peeking it very aggressively, and it was very obvious. So Warbach is trying to get this bandit trick down. Gonna put down one preemptively, waiting for someone to try and dismantle that setup and try to actually pry him off it, waste as much time as possible. Detrian is upstairs with his drone, and he is pushing through, does manage to pick up a little bit more information, gets it into a very advantageous position. They won't be able to take it out just yet. Oh, they actually do.
That's right. Now, the choice to not bring a Maverick is Bachelor here. One of his EMPs already off, and I don't think has done the job. No, they have. So Jibausi, he's going to try and get this wall open. Let's see if the trick is going to come out. Bandit trick. No, it's going to work. That is poor timing on the EMP. Stev, he's going to trade out Pew Pew though.
I mean,
not looking that good.
Was it poor timing on the EMP, or was it really good timing with that bandit trick? Because he just stopped it by a millisecond. Honestly, I think he just got real lucky.
Yeah.
Bandit trip got
But he
taken
gets the
out.
wall open.
Yeah, he does get the wall open eventually, but they did waste a lot of time. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Next are down one man, but so are Void. It does look like they have the advantage here on defense. But Nex are already setting up to try to defend it as tightly as possible. Void are in good positions, but it's not good enough. They need to get a little bit closer to one another for potential refrag and to potentially take out this win here.
Now 1 minute left in the round. Red Sun, he's gonna fall. Bachelor's gonna collect that one. And that is very, very good news for the team. Warbach, he's gonna trade out onto Deadtree. Just as I say his name, he dies. And it's a 3v3 just like that. 45 seconds. They have to make this push in smoothly. They can take the time a little bit, collect the senses, collect the information. Warbach, though, he's looking to get punchy on the run out.
No red lines just yet, but oh my gosh, he doesn't make it. He doesn't get the trade he wants, and he's dropped to about 1 health. He's not in a good position. He could, but they have an ACOG, and they know exactly where he is. He's gonna have to try to get it through a stand-up hip fire animation. Rotates downstairs. He might have to try to get another run out to maybe get lucky on it. There we go. There we go. Kirisaku gets straight out. Warbach goes on as well. It's just Peaky left. And he manages to save it. Jibausi goes down. And there we go. He gets the counter defuse. 4-3 now. 5-3. Round 8 go to Next Esports.
That is so close. Every single round has been excellent so far in this matchup, as it was in the previous one. And this is turning out to be a really, really great night of Rainbow Six Siege here in Southeast Asia. Wow. The rappel was what downed him. When you are on rappel over there, the defenders know exactly which angle you're going to be peeking. And it was pretty easy for Peaky to counter peek that and take down.
Oh, man.
Chibas.
This Peaky joke is going to get old real quick, man. It's going to get... I mean, we should just milk it now before it's too late.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, like, we have to baptize him. You know, coming into the Pro League with that kind of name.
Of course.
You're getting ready for it. Also, in relation to funny names, Dead Train, you dog. Why are you on 70 FPS?
Yeah, I guess you can blame the in.
Come on, man.
70 FPS.
Yeah,
all right,
I mean,
we'll give you that.
Maybe it's just like how Mentalist plays on 720p. You know, maybe it just makes him feel confident. Maybe it's just like some kind of like placebo effect, you know, like I'll lower my resolution and how good my image quality is. Maybe I'll feel better. No. Maybe less FPS makes you feel better. No, it doesn't work like that. Sorry guys, I had to do it. Anyway, a little bit of a sneaky angle coming through from Pew Pew here over by the CCTV. Does look like he will be trying to hold the eastern stairs as well with that vigil and the deadly SMG-12. Still one of the most dangerous guns in the game. A double-edged sword. If you're able to control that kind of recoil, though, it's like... it's probably the best gun in the game. Probably.
Yeah, but we have always seen under pressure, panicking a bit, is these high recoil weapons that cause you to whiff. So, Detrian, he's on the AR-33 with the angled sight, so he's going to go very aggro on that Thatcher. And you mentioned earlier on in the previous game, just because Thatcher doesn't do much doesn't mean he's a support operator, but that is poorly timed. Warbach, he just is luckier in that engagement. Deadtree and prone, unable to adjust his angle as quickly as he would have liked, and that is the Thatcher off the board.
That was a smart move from Detrian. I think it was well planned, but Warbach was just at the right place at the right time. It would have worked in any other situation, to be honest.
Yeah,
no one peeks that angle. Ooh, okay.
Oh, but they need to open the wall to make this safe. Or send out the frag grenade if they have the ADS disabled. Bachelor, you see nearby.
Oh my gosh!
Tell.
Look at those lines, man. So I'm not sure why he's actually in there for as long as he is. He doesn't have any impacts to try to deny the impact trick. He's just gonna get flashed, and now he's in danger. Maybe they thought they could just stop. He could just pile on those impact, those goo mines as long as they could.
Oh, what?
Red Sun going for a long rotate. No, it's not gonna be good enough. They hear it a mile away, and he gets punished for it. A ballsy move, but it didn't pay off for them. Stev picks up another kill into Kirisaku, and now Void are 4-2 in a very strong advantage. Peaky has to get back to site. He's not in the best position, but Warbuck might be able to pick one up here. Oh, that was so close! Just over his head. Could have been a haircut, but it does look like he will survive this one time around.
Oh, he's gonna get this. No!
Nope.
He's gonna miss! And unfortunately, get down. The wall just shredded by 2 people on attack. And that is it for him. Warbuck, he goes downstairs all up to the new guy. Peaky. What can he do? He's got nothing left. He's gonna get taken down by Jibausi. And Team Void fire back. 5-4, 1 round away from equalizing it.
Oh, what is that headshot? How do you get that? Okay, so look. Facts. That was tight. Red Sun's rotation was way too ballsy. It would have worked if there was no barricade on that wall, on that window. But because there was, he telegraphed his run out. It was, they could hear it a mile away. I know people complain about sound in Rainbow Six Siege, but it's not that bad that you can't hear one guy running out from construction.
Especially when he's breaking 2 barricades.
Yeah, especially when he's breaking 2 barricades and he's not aiming down the second vault in. You know, if he had the SMG-11 on that second vault in, he would have got something. But he didn't. And even if he got in that second barricade safely, he would not have got a kill with that shotgun. At least he would have been traded out real quick. So, nice try. Nice try coming in.
It was
but
a decent idea.
I mean, just like how Detrian had a very nice idea peeking the hatch over by logistics, it was also a nice idea coming in from Red Sun to try to get through that angle and that rotation. Just unfortunately, the execution for Red Sun wasn't great, and for Detrian, just bad luck, to be honest.
Doesn't really matter though, Detrian will be okay with that. Void got a round win in the Red Sun though. He's gone on to the Ella this time. Not an operator he usually played on Xavier Sports, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with it. He is a very prolific fragger. I mean, we've all seen him perform on various so much on Ella.
My gosh. Ella is an operator that we don't see too often in the Pro League, but when we do, it's always very interesting. So, I think Red Sun took the Scorpion, correct?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Scorpion's a fantastic gun. It deletes people like mad. It's one of the best guns in the game. Obviously, you don't want to play that on a very long angle. You want to play it sort of medium range to close, and especially if you've seen the recoil for the Scorpion, it's not exactly the most controllable, so it's not desirable either. And while you can still control it to great effect, it really does come down to picking your fights and knowing exactly where you're going to use it. You fight too close, it could still be beneficial, but it could also be very dangerous to you. A very well-timed grenade won't pick up anytime this time, but Bachelor is doing and going into work over by that kitchen, renovating the entire landscape for the defenders. Next, barely pick up that drone, and it does look like Void are getting to work on dismantling their setup so far.
Oh, the first kill, there we go. Red Sun with this. Bachelor pushing up. Oh, that's a nice transfer on to Pew Pew. He's going to take one good mine, but he's not really matter with that nice little rogue skin and uniform. Lots of action happening over near blue. That's where Red Sun is playing. That's where he collected his first kill onto Jibausi. Flashbang's going to go out. It's not really going to affect Red Sun. He's going to collect one more. Is he? No. Stav is going to take very low, and he's actually going to collect the kill. Red Sun just not lucky enough, peeking that, but Peaky, he's going to take the Detrian.
So, that's what you get for being on 70 FPS. But, but, I mean, Stev is dropped quite low. He should be able to still bring something to the team. I'm not too sure what utility he still has left in his pockets, but Bachelor is going to be most likely pushing through here. Gets caught by that goo mine. It does look like Peaky is trying to hold this utility room as well as possible. A couple of flashbangs go through. Nothing that affects Peaky this time around. He will be able to pick up the Ash quite swiftly for a double kill for himself. And maybe soon a triple kill onto Detrian himself, onto Bachelor, sorry. And Peaky takes a lot of damage, and it does look like all he has to do is throw more goo mines out. One more gets popped, and Stev takes a lot of damage. They're rotating around one another, but there we go. The shotgun clears it out, and oh my gosh.
No way!
Boy, just barely make it through.
Wait! There was a 3v2. There were goo mines, and the diffuser was in such a poor spot. Steph was on 5 HP, and you're telling me Void won that?
Yep.
What?
You know what?
Come on. How?
Bachelor just manned up. He took those goo mines to the shin, and he was like,
Peeky. I mean, why didn't you peek left? He like went the whole ring around the room.
I mean,
he turned back around.
He should have just kept peeking around that circle. You know, he just kept going around like one of them was gonna turn around. You know.
Yeah, and then it was a buck shotgun, and he got blasted in the.
Well, buck shotgun is crazy at that range. It's pretty hard to contest it. Bachelor obviously playing that operator to the best of its abilities and the best of its capacity. Peaky just had a good run. Just Bachelor playing a little bit better in that situation. Not like he didn't have a few good earlier kills. I don't know what else happened to next. We didn't exactly see, but Stev came through on the other side quite big and picked up a couple of nice frags as well to really secure that win. Coming in very clutch for his team. I'm sure they're over the moon right now, bringing the scoreline 5-5 and making winning this particular map a reality.
10 seconds left.
Right, you are now into the basement again. Goes next esports, and well, it's a back and forth. The round always plays out in phases between these two teams. It seems one team will get a bit of an advantage. It's gonna get nullified, and then when it comes to the execute, either side just runs away with it.
Yep. It's getting quite tight, and I'm interested to see how this is turning out. PT King is going to be pushing all by himself all the way through. Ash is doing Ash things. He's got teammates around the corner to back him up, of course.
No.
That's 7.
It's the 70 FPS.
I was going to say that, yeah. It's the 70 FPS drone throw.
Someone buy that man an XL2411. Please.
Void, where are your monitor sponsors at? Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's right.
You know these guys.
Predator is right there on the screen. Predator top right.
Yeah, I mean, what about Lenovo? You know, like Savage on the outside.
Savage, yeah, exactly.
Stylish on the outside, Savage on the inside. You know what's not Savage? This guy's FPS. Ha! Oh, this grenade's gonna pick up a very nice kill. He almost cakes it. He held it for just a little bit longer. He would have killed himself. Oh my gosh! He misses the kill. He shoots frantically through the floor, but he will not connect. A couple of more impact grenades go underneath the desk, and a couple of hip-fire shots will not connect to anything. But it does look like he's going back to the shotgun. He's just waiting for the right moment to maybe try to pick this up vertically, but they kind of know exactly where he is, and he barely makes it out alive. He tried to play this long angle here, but through the railings he will connect to absolutely nothing at all, and he has to retreat. Bachelor dropping way too low for comfort, has to pull back while Nex still try to hold on to dear life. Obviously they're taking a little bit more damage than they want to, more than comfortable.
Oh, dearie me. Tight from Bachelor, you could feel his confusion emanating from the screen. Where am I getting shot from? But gets away with his life. Still have the man advantage to next esports. Now Pew Pew, he's playing the same location, and PT King trying to sneak his way into blue tunnel, but Pew Pew knows. And if he drops PT King, he's likely gonna die. Oh, he's gonna take a lot of damage.
Gosh, you can't do that, man.
Oh, dearie me, Pew Pew, he's in a lot of... That was the SMG-11.
No way!
And unfortunately, the play over here is a lot. The shotgun comes out, he's gonna take him down, and lots of kills. That's it, Pew Pew goes Pew Pew. And Stev, on the other hand, he's going boom boom as well. It's just a 1v1 with 15 seconds left. Stev doesn't have the diffuser. He's going for the kill. And he's going to get it. Team Void, how do you keep doing this?
Oh my gosh, Team Void going absolutely nuts. I don't know how exactly Pew Pew got away with that. And oh my gosh, did you see that? The last bullet on that burst from Stev actually connects to the smoke and takes him down. That is out of your mind, out of my mind, out of all of our minds right now. I cannot believe that has happened. Void are pulling this in, and now they're on match point. The worst they get is a tie, and the best they get is a win. They are not losing this matchup here, and Nex are looking shook.
Void at least going to get 1 point from this matchup, from this series. And remember, guys, this is where Void turned up at the end of Season 9 and shut Script down to send Aerowolf to the APAC Finals. So, well, they're ready to do it again to Nex.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Man. Oh, by the way, Infian, that was some of the best casting I've ever heard from you, man. You are on fire tonight, man.
Thank you, Len. Appreciate it.
You're nailing it,
And I
dude.
appreciate you too.
No, I appreciate you more.
And I appreciate this game and all the viewers right now to watch this excellent action.
This here, boys and girls, is top tier play, top tier, trash tier casting from me. Oh my gosh. But no, it's top tier action coming from the Southeast Asian teams. After the long break we had for the Rally Major, these teams have come back, and obviously they've got new rosters, a big shuffle coming through. Stev on 15 kills, by the way, buddy.
Jeez.
Can we even talk about that for a second?
Ham.
Absolutely monster.
Turned up.
Yep. And I'm not sure what Warbuck is trying to achieve with that kind of mirror, like directly in the middle of the
Yeah.
a bit different. I don't know what he's trying to achieve here, but maybe he's just more focused on getting balanced info, because if he puts it too far to the right, then he won't be able to see down the blue tunnel into oil pit. So that's probably one of the things we need to consider here in Vietnam.
So roaming upstairs is gonna be Pew Pew. What can he do? It's gonna be important on this. He's gonna get spotted by the drone. He doesn't have his ERC actives. Not too bad though. Until he starts getting pressured, he can just sit and wait. Detrian though, he's on the Ash now, and he's hungry for this kill. At the very least, he's gonna distract Pew Pew and make him unable to pinch anyone else on the attack. That's gonna be very important, and Pew Pew has a lot of trouble.
Aww.
There we go. Peter King, this is the way you clear it. You pressure from one side, and eventually someone's gonna call chicken. He's gonna run, and there we go, straight into the waiting arms of the Thatcher.
So catching him on a rotation that you forced him to make. Fantastic gameplay and fantastic teamwork coming out from Void so far. Bachelor taking a little bit more damage than he wants, but obviously we've seen him do that before. These are most likely calculated risks. We have to give the man a bit of a benefit of the doubt here. So hatch gets popped open. Warbuck has a little bit more information behind that church bar as well. And Jabausi is opening up the dirt tunnel. So they're thinking about all sides right now, and Nex are really trying to calculate where exactly do we have to pay attention to the most. Drone actually gets taken out quite well. Warbuck doing a fantastic job denying that data, but that window is dead meat. It's going to get popped real quick, and it does look like they're going to try to trade that one out, but PT King picks up a nice double for himself. C4 will be denied, and he damages himself if anything. Red Sun picking up a kill with the SMG-11 onto Bachelor, and there goes two members from Void. Peaky picking up Detrian as well with that FPS advantage, and now in the 3-3 situation with 30 seconds left on the clock. Next, they are sitting toasty and tight while Jabausi and Co are waiting for the right call in order to make this win happen. They are on match point. Don't forget, boys and girls, here on the 10th day of the Southeast Asian Pro League, back after the Rally Major, Peaky is going to be hanging around here waiting on this long angle. Picks up a nice kill. There we go. Oh, Warbuck actually picked up the kill onto PT King. But there we go. Next, clutched that one out just barely as well on top with a mine. A very awkward finale, but a tie to bring this in on match draw. Great half from both these teams. Super tight. Very great turnout.
15-10, 8-7-6, and then 8-10, 12, and something. Very, very well played from both teams, and Void really showing that they are not to be trifled with. Keep their head above water, they do, with this valuable point. And on the second map, as we gonna go there very, very soon, they're gonna be trying to push for the 3 points. They almost got it, and they really should have in this final round, but next also fairly good on their own.
They're doing a fantastic job, Infian, and I'm really happy to see that these veteran players, and I said this before, that these veteran players are coming back into this league so strong and very confident. They're making huge plays, and we're seeing that they're impacting these teams in very different ways, bringing in a new kind of aggression and a new kind of mindset in how the team plays, how they set up, and it's working wonders for them so far. And we can see that in the scoreline. Next, barely pulling in that draw, and obviously Void being so strong so far. So Red Sun and his reign of terror with wins all over Thailand now coming to a stop, with the Singaporean team just nailing it down and just saying, you know what, we play it different here at the Southeast Asian Pro League. Nice try. Try again next round. Next map coming through, of course, we'll see soon with the bans and picks coming through, but we'll be right back after these next messages. Infian, I'm excited.
So am I. See you right in just a few minutes.
What's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows? What's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows? What's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows? What's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows? Who knows? What's in it for me? This ain't real, you're not here. Visions of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last just hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Out of the control. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence.
And we're back. So, Infian, my man, we had a very intense first match between Void and Nex. Nex and Void ending up in 6-6. These guys are neck to neck, and you know what? I think they're just gonna duke it out on this next map here. We'll find out exactly what that map is. But what are your predictions coming through? Because I don't think a lot of these teams, either of these teams are making too many mistakes. I think it's just how often can you one-up the other?
Well, we can't quite tell. Let's look at the map. Oh, sorry, not the maps first. Just recap of what's happened so far. So closed maps so far tonight. 5-7-4-7, of course. The 6-6 over here. Crazy match. Stev, standout performer for both teams, getting 15 kills across the 12 rounds. Next also performing well, but not quite well enough to take down Team Void. And Void will get their 4th point of the season with this, while Next move on to 11. And that, I think, mathematically seals Airwolf going to the APAC Finals. But, second map, Clubhouse, Consulate, default bans. Villa Cafe, banned by Nex and Void. Then Nex and Void banning again, Bank and Coastline, leaving us with Border. So a very nice variety tonight.
Yeah, so now that we're looking at a map like Border, that's kind of... it's really regimented. There is still a lot of room for flexibility, just because the rotations are very close to one another, and it's very tight and it's very close. A lot of it's soft, so soft breach operators will be a big pick here. I wouldn't be surprised if they take out if they bring in the Buck, the Sledge, the Zofia. I mean, Zofia has like a 76% pick rate with a 0% ban rate in the Pro League, so she's most likely going to come on board. But how can they take it out over one another? Because at the moment, I said it before and I'll say it again, I feel like these teams are so tightly matched up. It's going to come down to finding the right moment for one another. Or maybe one team is more versed in Border than the other.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Border is not a one-sided map on defense or offense. And we saw a good matchup on Cafe Dostoevsky just now between in the first one, where we had Lisey play MBT. And let's see what happens here on Border. Similar, going from a defensive side map to a fairly balanced map. I'm excited to see. I think it's going to be just as close, but maybe next are going to be able to pull just a bit ahead, because Red Sun is a very strong player here on Border, and let's see what kind of authority he's able to stamp onto his team right now. Void, however, their best map was Clubhouse.
Oh man, so let's just look at this step by step. Nomad getting banned out, Montaigne getting banned out. Not even surprised. Void just don't want to have to deal with Red Sun, Red Sun's mountain. Don't want to have to climb up anytime soon. Luck, good, fun, have, amazing. Maestro getting banned out is pretty interesting. Highly picked on a map like Border, and that's, I mean, it's not the biggest ban for Border, but it's definitely a ban I understand. The Elder is a very formidable weapon, and can be hard to challenge in many cases. You can just unleash it down a corridor and no one's going to be able to contest you, especially if you have an ACOG available for yourself as well. Echo getting banned out here, very understandable.
Both Maestro and Echo, actually, and Mira being left unbanned. I'm liking this change. We used to see Mira just ban left, right, and center. Now we're seeing more Maestro and Echo bans, and that's good. I mean, like Mira plays.
These teams are more confident with taking harder gunfights than they are being having to deal with post-plant information, because that kind of stuff is just it destroys a quick setup, and it completely dismantles what you're trying to achieve in a lot of cases. So especially because Echo does deny you a plant. Not necessarily you having to contest that angle a little bit better or harder in one situation or another. And Maestro as well can deny a breach, a plant, and see through smoke, mind you. So he's a very strong operator in many situations, and especially with the gunfight. Red Sun will be reinforcing up here on this armory wall. And it does look like they're going to be reinforcing all the way around Fountain as well. So no quick rotations in between CCTV and that Fountain area.
So it's going to be a Fountain hold, but as we said, we're talking about her, but Mira's not made an appearance. We have interesting choice. Let's see how this plays out. This drone setup, you can see Bachelor, he is very primed to take half-wall control from below, open up the floor. PT King, he's going to be spawning over at the east vehicle entrance and likely going to be pushing in either through Passport or going through Visa. Standard take, and it's a split one, a bit risky in the sense that it might get you killed without the trade, but Red Sun, he's ready for the jump out. Is he going to go for it, or is he going to be... This camera is fantastic.
It is amazing. They're not going to see this through the barbed wire unless they are the IQ. Detrin's going to pick up one, maybe the second. Oh, he misses the second one, and it does look like he pays for it.
There we go.
A second run out. There we go. Red Sun.
I told you, both of them. They went for it. And that's excellent stuff. And Bachelor, now he's not going to be able to get that half-wall control.
That's crazy because they've just denied so much entry. They're having to play in a very different way. Jabowski is going to be rotating over to the armory wall. And it does look like Stev is clear over by the east stairs to just push in and maybe just support his thermite just a little bit.
So, moving on, Jabowski's going to get the wall open. That's going to be fairly downstairs. No one's at half wall, they don't quite know that just yet. The deployable shield, a new one with the mirror windows, acting like the para mirror windows. Everyone, people are up in arms about that change. Let's see how it plays out. The ADS is going to stop that. That's unfortunate. And it's Jabowski, he's going to get choked by the gas. He has to get out of there. One last impact grenade left. He needs to take down the shield. If not, it's going to be extremely difficult to make this push happen. On the other side, Peaky is taking on Stev, so the star performer not getting off to the best of starts over here.
Yeah, he does use the angles. Oh my gosh, that rotation from CCTV completely cutting them off and then capitalizing on that distraction. Kirisaku cleans up PT King and Void can't even get close.
That is crazy good defense from Next Esports. That swing in from CCTV, from Peaky, that really changed the course of it, really. If he hadn't been able to do that, that looked winnable for sure. But for some reason, flank drone or communication not present, and that got next the win. As well as the jump outs, of course, with the Valkyrie camera.
That's a
Detrian.
That's a damn
Ooh.
shame. Ooh, Lion, ooh. But okay, so they want to get more aggressive.
Defenders protect
We can
the
see
bomb
that now.
defused by
Yep.
They want to secure these pushes and they're trying to just play a little bit more gunfight focus because they know that not only does bringing Lion allow them to play more aggressively, it also hinders Nexus' ability to play as aggressive or more. So a fantastic job so far coming in from Void to read into that play and read into their playstyle, bringing in something else to just counteract exactly what they need to. Smoke now with a shield, by the way, so I like that because it allows him to read the information safely and choose when he needs to throw that remote gas grenade instead of sort of just guessing that, you know what, my gas grenade runs out now. I'm gonna just time it every 15 seconds. Now he's gonna be able to see that, you know what, they're not pushing up, I'm gonna save it.
Oh well, moving on. Let's see what they can do in this round. They have the whole Redson as he's taking a bit of damage. Now, Bachelor this time, no runouts to surprise him. Detrian with a lion charge. He's not used it yet, so the defenders do not know there's a lion, and I believe there is a player right behind that wall. There we go, he's in sandwich right now. Bachelor, if he's able to drone Peaky out, he's maybe able to get this kill, and he does! Nonetheless, going a bit aggressive, a bit scary. Detrian, though, he's going to get taken out from below. That's an excellent angle from Red Sun. Warbuck trying to contest a very long angle with the SMG-11 as well. Bit risky, that.
Yeah, holding that angle as well with the SMG-11 would be a little bit better than the shotgun, but he decides to rotate downstairs, doesn't want to have to contest it, knows that a lot of the attackers are pushing through, and they have control over Armory Wall now, so he doesn't have many options left available to him. He's going to make the right choice to prudently stay alive as long as possible. Obviously, a lot of utility still left on the Armory Wall, and they'll be able to pick up these points here, you know, get a pad that score at the end of the game, and Bachelor already getting to work on that vertical play.
Now, he's going to be pushing in, taking down this barbed wire. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the round. He has enough time, he and his team, to start opening up the floor, trying to get angles down below. 4v4 is not too bad. But as time goes on, you need to be avoiding those. You should be getting the kills as the attackers opening up these holes. Peach King is going to use a breach shot as well. A lot of teams fall into a trap of spending too much time trying to get vertical angles. And Peter King, he's very cognizant of the fact Steph has taken down Warbuck now. So, push coming in from above, coming in from the front door. This is good stuff, and I believe there's a drop from the outside as well. Vault into the B window, perhaps. Red Sun's going to send out a smoke, trying to deny the push in from Peter King.
What I'm interested what I'm finding interesting is that Red Sun's actually taken back his deployable shield, and he's kept it in his back pocket. Kirisaku picks up a kill onto Stev from probably upstairs, and oh no, downstairs, but he gets refragged by PT King real quick. They're denying this retake right now, and this counter defuse doesn't look like it's going to be very successful anytime soon. Pew Pew has to pick up this one on the outside here by the sandwich window, but it won't be successful. Red Sun has to kill another member or two, but it won't be enough. The vertical play coming in from Bachelor was exactly what he required. So that was the best.
Shield was a good idea, as you noted.
Yeah. So it was interesting. And now that the shield deploy time is a little bit faster, not as fast as Goyo's, but a little bit faster, and it does provide him a lot of intel and safety with that intel. If they were playing on the same level, he would have won those fights. But because Bachelor was upstairs, he made a very swift flick back onto his head, cleaned that up, and retraded and denied the counter defuse. So great job coming in from Bachelor and Void to bring in the second round. Moving to round 3, of course, we're seeing something very similar come through. I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out.
Attackers need to
So,
locate and defuse as many bombs.
Going down into Red's workshop again. Next, obviously, don't want to try the other two bomb sites. They are considerably weaker than Vent's Workshop and Armory Lockers Archives. So, not too much went wrong for Next Esports, except for the fact that they lost upstairs control that badly and that quickly. And that really just meant that with the amount of time Void had, easy pickings.
Yeah, so Pew Pew upstairs already, and I'm actually pretty interested to see why his icon had the 6 logo on it. It's probably because of the skin. So I think now the observing
Attackers' objective is to
tool
locate a bomb and
displays the icon relevant to the skin they're using, which is interesting. I'm actually pretty interested to see what other icons we might see as we go along, but very good so far. Ella, Red Sun with the Scorpion, playing with a very interesting manner in order to create a little bit of line of sight through the flooring here. Spends a whole mag or two to opening up, but I guess it gets the job done, so that's all he really needs.
Red Sun, he's going to be fighting this upside down angle. Now, we saw Red Sun using the upside down angle on Clubhouse, and he lost the fight, but that was because he was fighting someone higher than him on stairs. Right now, Red Sun is at a disadvantage again, but this time he's a defender, and he's fighting someone on high ground. It's always about the high ground.
If it works in real life, it most likely could over here. It's not a physical
that's nice
thing as
free
well,
fire.
but it's a principle of battle, I suppose, controlling the high ground. Red Sun, of course, winning it out with aggression over aggression, one over the other, and there we go, picking up a very nice double kill. He gets detected. They know exactly where he is. A lot of pre-fires coming in. He might be able to pick this in.
No,
Oh
that's too
my
easy.
gosh. No, he almost whips it, but there we go. Triple kill for Red Sun. Rotates back through the same site. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to get past him anytime soon. He's single-handedly dismantled 3 members of Void, and you're not going to be able to push through anytime soon over by that east side. He's going to be able to pick up... No! There we go. Jabalsi finally picks up one more with the Fragmite. PT King following up as well with the 552 Commando, of course, and maybe the fight is a little bit more winnable now.
Now, Jibalsi, he's on very low HP. PT King and him together have under 100. They're fighting 3 members and a doc, but they have 1 minute left.
Okay.
And that is going to give them some heart. Pew Pew is getting aggressive. He's going to win that fight. PT King tries to turn around, does damage him, but as I said, he's a doc. Going to heal himself up, and Jibalsi, not sure what he can do at this stage.
Yeah, oh my gosh, if he rotates back up here, Jabalsi is... Oh, he didn't see him.
The moment he crosses, he will. And he has to cross. There we go. Oh, the misses. I'm surprised. Jibalsi actually goes even lower. Takes about 20 HP out.
Yeah, so there we go. Flashbang goes through, and he does look like he wins it because he pushed up, and Pew Pew didn't expect him to be so close. So he misses a lot of those shots, and Jabalsi lives with 1 HP and a dream. 1 goo mine could take him out, like you said. But you know what? He's done this before. He might just do this again. Pings go down, but he's no longer in that position. He's rotated off. This is old intel, and they won't be able to make this happen. 5 seconds, and then Exothermic won't do anything for him. He's gonna kill himself with that, and oh no. Unfortunately, Next win this by attrition and time. Team Void were just unable to clutch that one out. Red Sun was just phenomenal with that Ella. Running circles around these guys, man. Literally.
Yeah, and well, it's been okay so far for Void. It's a close matchup though, as we expected after the insane Clubhouse. Next, These guys are holding strong, and they're gonna go back to armory locker. Let's see if this time around the CCTV hold is going to be stronger, and if they can avoid the run out from the Valkyrie. So that's a 6th pick Valkyrie, and yet we are not seeing an IQ. The 6th pick came out from Void's side, but it was to the
Attackers need to
Capital.
locate and defuse
Strong operator, but I would have brought, instead of the Ash, I would have brought the IQ.
There we go, and Red Sun puts up that shield, and he will be trying to hold that armory wall as well. Maybe he is the smoke after all. He has the tendency to roam around and rotate quite often, so we've actually seen him play downstairs very aggressively, even though they do play upstairs. And maybe with a little bit of coordination from Pew Pew, we might see a double run out one more time.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now, Pew
5
Pew
seconds to insertion.
waiting to run out. Is he going to go for the same camera? It was a fantastic camera just now. Waiting as long as he can, goes out. Same camera goes out, not detected. And he's going to barricade it up once again. Question is Void going to get caught out?
They
No one
could.
spawning here.
I mean, they have been so far, just because they're not expecting Next to play that hyper-aggressive run-out game. I do know that, you know, a lot of these high teams, they take these hyper-aggressive run-outs. They take all these extra risks that you don't expect them to see. And this was made very evident in, let's say, Esports' first game of the season versus Xavier, where Healthcare ran through the entire team and aced it on the first round.
Now, Jubausi is going to get the wall open very, very easily. No operator coming out from the side of Nex. These firebolt arrows, are they going to go? No! And he's just going to get killed. The close angle being played by Red Sun. This is some aggressive
Yikes.
and fantastic stuff. Bachelor, though, he's going to get Red Sun back immediately. But I would say losing the Capital in such a manner, it's going to hurt really badly.
70 FPS arrows, that's what you lost. So now that they've changed the shield here, it's just become so strong and so instrumental in holding that site. It actually makes it very different, but now they've actually had to spend a lot of utility taking out that shield, removing it from that position, and they're no longer able to stay there. So Void are doing a fantastic job at dismantling the enemy setup, and they're actually bringing in a lot of good positioning here. So they've got some crossfires down, and Nex are really just waiting for the right opportunity to actually change the landscape for themselves.
Now, 58 seconds and counting down. PT King still downstairs. And this lack of Capital means that Sandwich is going to be hard killed. But Bachelor has taken a Pew Pew. Kirisaku is full flash. But they're going to run right back out. And ooh, that is going to be some damage done to Kirisaku. He's going to come out, try to check half wall. Going to do a lot of damage in return. Rollback though, he's going to get 2. But PT King 2 of his own. And it's a 1v2. Kirisaku on an island. He's being surrounded by both sides. 5 to 10 HP left on his side. Flashbang's gonna go out. Unfortunately for Void, they are not peeking this well. But from the outside, Bachelor comes to save the day.
Man was putting himself in a lot of danger. He turned his back in that small room, that little office there, and he didn't realize that the whole wall was opened up. So I'm surprised he didn't go down earlier. But Nex really coming in hard there and made it really challenging for him. So man. So Void tie it up 2-2. Great job. Red Sun bringing in Frost is very peculiar. It's obviously a swap though, but just like obviously it's not the operator you think it was. It would be Warbark picking up Alibi again. I mean, it worked last round. He had a good streak, got stopped, but is firepower what you want? Because Alibi brings firepower,
Being defused by
a fast roamer, strong rotations, a lot of rotations, especially with the bailiff as well. But no, in addition to that, Alibi also brings in this insecurity to pre-firing anything. I haven't seen an Alibi trick in Pro League just yet, but I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, it's hard to make it work in the Pro League where everyone's droning so precisely, so efficiently, and well, even if you do spot someone out, the utility of getting those brief pings isn't, isn't fantastic. It's okay. You get some information, but once they know it's a Prisma,
Attackers must locate
that's
and
over.
defuse the bomb.
You get pinged a lot, and then your attack becomes much more. It becomes harder. It's like a reverse lion, yeah. And we've said that from the beginning. We're seeing it come through yet again one more time. A interesting camera placement from Red Sun coming through here. He's going to be a little safe behind that half wall unless they start flushing him out from downstairs. So it does look like Neck's going to be upstairs there, trying to push through. And interesting enough, Peaky's going to be peeking a long angle with a one-time scope, and that's not something you're expecting to see from the Legion operator and Legion player as well. So Claymore going down by that wall, by that window, will be pushing through, and it does look like Stev is already taking a little bit of damage, pushing right back in and trying to trade in a little bit, but not exactly working out. They've got control of the east side of that map so far, Infian, but where do you think they need to push in to actually bring in an easier push? Because right now, they're just trading in a couple of shots and they're waiting for a free kill, but I don't know if that's going to come in anytime soon.
Not enough control. They have marginal stairs control, but until they start flushing the player in Sandwich out, nothing's much gonna happen. And I'm very surprised they were bucked in the previous round, so that they're not bringing it again. And if the player is like Peaky, he's constantly in Sandwich every round, and that's great cover from Stev. Excellent stuff. Lots of damage done to Jibausi, but he survives and Thermite out. But yes, as I was saying, he's playing Sandwich every time. Just bring a frag grenade and end him.
And end him, by the way. A couple of flashbangs go through, the ADSs pop off, and you see all these ADS counter lines going through, and I don't know why the players from Next keep getting caught on the bomb frame, the A bomb frame. They keep walking into it as if they thought it wasn't there. Kirisaku's obviously very exposed. He picks up one kill. I don't know how Steph goes down, but it's not enough, and Team Void pick up a round for themselves as well. PT King, by the way, getting a kill with an Ash breaching round. How do you land that? Can I get a replay of that? Somebody.
That was some excellent stuff from Team Void. We talked about how they weren't getting too much control, but they were content with what they had, and they had a plan and they executed it really, really well. They saw the mistakes that they were making previously, the CCTV hold, the peek out from the main door, pushing east stairs without too much of an idea of what to do, and they have fixed it in that previous round. Question is, are they going to be able to do it again?
So, I think they can. Honestly think that Void have every single thing available to them in order to bring in this win. A second hard breacher is going to be huge for them, especially since they are doing quite well with taking most of the map control. We saw in the top-down view before that we saw that they had east side control and they had the entire south and the entire south of the map. And once they did establish that, they just decided, you know what, we've cleared this area out. This is definitely the more vulnerable side. Let's push in through the armory wall because we got this breach open. And let's make something happen. And they all just poured in. And Kirisaku was just one man against the world at that point. And it just wasn't enough. Definitely not sure if he was brain farting, but standing in front of a rotation and a hole where he was very exposed. But here we go. We see Warbark trying to hold that CCTV, so maybe trying to contest that a little bit more this time, Infian.
Yeah, they need to hold CCTV. That was what won them other than jump outs, of course. But when you have a CCTV flank happen, if it's successful, it really changes the scope of the game because it's only one way you can push in through, and that is through the West Armory Wall.
Yeah, so the West Armory Wall is quite the popular site. I'd like to see someone actually try to push through office, something a little bit different. It is a very, very viable push, it's just not ideal because of the amount of territory you need to take over. And the amount of angles you could get flanked by, especially because there is a lot of soft terrain downstairs that you could get C4'd or, you know, shot through by an angle. They've got Habana over by the east side, and they already know a lot of information on her, and they're peeking the angle here, and no damage being traded off other than Detrian himself taking a little bit of a shot. But Red Sun and Co are pushing up the east stairs. C4 gets prepped up, and it does look like maybe they're just rotating around a little bit longer. Drone gets shot out. They see the Claymore red laser. We'll be able to just jump over it, pick it up, but no, we'll not be able to get that right out. Not at all. And there we go. 4-3 right now in a 3-2 scoreline. They still have a minute and 40 seconds left. Infian, I think there's still a lot of room for them to make an adjustment here.
Defender has left.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Pew Pew is gonna go for a long run out. He's gonna get. That is too easy. Pew Pew. Again and again, he is turning up for Next Esports. It's all up to PT King and Bachelor, and that is poor stuff. They thought they dealt with all the ESS presence after they've taken out Red Sun, but it was not enough. Now Vigil, they know he's nearby. Pew Pew gonna send in flashbangs. Gonna get burned by the ADS, and oh no, he's gonna flash himself. Bachelor, that is so. Flank is coming in. Kirisaku has been down, however. How is no one
way!
Ready for this?
No way!
PT, he's gonna clean up PT King inside, but goodness.
Man, if Peaky didn't pick up that last kill onto Ash, it would have been Pew Pew picking up a quadra kill. 4K on border. How do you get away with that? Yeah, sure, you put down your Claymore, but you gotta keep your eye on your flank at all times. I think Void were just rushing for that push on Armory and calling it a late rotation. Two members rotating over and them just waiting for it to happen. And then once they both went down, Pew Pew just had to slowly rotate all the way over into the into CCTV, all the way from main stairs, by the way, through the metal, past the metal detector, through the break room, through CCTV, and then come through for a flank. He rotated down through the waiting room as well. That was just the longest rotation possible. And you guys still got caught with your pants down. Unfortunate. Just honestly, it wasn't Void's fault. I think they just got complacent a little bit on that east stairs, and it's just really coming down to Nex and Pew Pew particularly being the fragger that he is.
Now, first mirror off tonight, and that's going to be coming out from Team Void side. It's going to be the classic CCTV mirror, and we have seen this fall out of favor somewhat, mainly thanks to how much mirror has been banned. But the Twitch of Pew Pew, and you know, just in general, the Zofia as well, taking over CCTV and then flushing out the mirror is very much possible. But also he's going for a long run out, and a bit too early on that.
Yeah, I mean, the run out's still available to him right now. He can just come back to it later on.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Kirisaku, he's going to take out Bachelor. That is poor from him. And look at that Pew Pew. He's so quick.
They're already pushing up, and they're going to be able to counter this aggression by pushing in. He takes a lot of damage, and they're going to be able to take him out with a rotation. There we go. Stev rotating back into sight and actually cleaning up Pew Pew and punishing him for aggressing so much and disrespecting them, thinking that he can take all that territory and all that real estate for free.
Indeed. Now, Stev, he's retaken control of the good communication after Bachelor fell with the spawn peak. They realized the plans had changed, they had to adjust, and they did that very well. Kirisaku's taking a bit of damage as well. Detrian too, which is now when Pew Pew had pushed up. So that is the downside of that kind of aggression. It is very rewarding when it's put off. But the moment the teams start to adjust, or worse, they're ready for you, then the aggression has no dimension left.
The breach is going to come through quite successfully, and Jabausi has to fall back a little bit. Kirisaku's going to be able to push up just a little bit, but he needs someone to cover his crossfire as he pushes in. Jabausi is hanging around, takes out that drone, and he's going to take a little bit of an aggressive peek, and will actually pull out something there. Warbark as well will be going down to a headshot. And Stev is around the corner with a double kill with the shotgun, by the way. Hello. And Red Sun picking up one to trade in. So he rotates back to Archives and he gets punished for that rotation. And Red Sun picks up a double kill with the MK17 QCB. I don't know exactly how Peaky got taken out, but there we go. The shield gets taken out itself, and Red Sun takes a little bit of damage, but trades out Jabowski. Triple kill, maybe a quadra kill coming in soon, but it's a 1-to-1 PTK hanging around the stairs, the top of the stairs, waiting for that push, waiting for that plant. He hears it, but he doesn't care. He rotates back and through the fountain, and it does look like Red Sun's back on a more advantageous position right now.
Indeed, planting right behind the mirror with PT King is gonna get his attention. It is a tense 1v1 and Red with the clutch getting that 4K. Excellently played in this 1v2, showing all the experience he has with Xavier Esports online and on LAN. And there we go. Next Esports take the first round on attack.
That was great. It was way too close for comfort, but definitely showing that Nex and Void definitely both belong here in the middle half of the Southeast Asian Pro League table ladder. So Nex, let's say Void, all in the same basket. MBT, I'm not fully convinced that they're at the same standard yet. They had a good run against Lisey. But in my opinion, we have to see them against Void and Nex coming through. So we'll see how it turns out. But they might be very different, like I said before. But looking at Void and Nex, these guys are now directly in line to take in the top half of this scoreboard. And so far, it's too close for comfort. Right now, this rotation being made over between Archives and the half wall by the office. I think this is beautiful. I think we've seen this many times before. It just brings in a lot of aggression, allows the rotation, and allows the teams to defend the offices a little bit more aggressively as well.
Now, over onto round number 8 is going to be a similar setup from Void. This time they're going to be ready for the Pew. No doubt, the Pew, he's not bothering with the second floor, and he's going in through what it seems to be jail. Oh, same camera. So they know of the cameras, Next Esports, and it's not going to work out for Detrian.
It's definitely something they're gonna have to read into eventually, and I'm sure they found it in a previous round. We may not have just seen them take that one out. There we go. A couple of shots from Detrin won't result in a kill, but he will get traded back in. An unsuccessful rotate and run out will punish him. A C4 comes out, and no kills from the C4, but Peaky picks up Jabowski, so Void already on the back foot here. Stev getting taken out as well, and Nex turning into a whole new kind of monster on attack.
Indeed, they have looked so strong so far on attack, even more so than on defense, and some doubts are beginning to creep in if Void have what it takes to win this out. This round is over, and Red Sun and Peaky, these guys just made this happen. 3 kills, I believe, for Peaky.
There we go. Peaky picking up that last kill, peeking quite aggressively in. So maybe he's been a sub for them for a while. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the Nex lineup coming through for this season change, but I'm actually very interested to see if Nex can pull this into a 6-3 and really change this around. Because if they do pull it 6-3 and then 7-3, that shows that there's still a big gap between these two teams. And it's crazy because Nex came through the Challenger League and Void have been here for quite a while.
Yeah, I agreed with that. Now we're going to see another defense from Team Void over, this time on Ventilation Workshop. They decided, alright, it's not working out for us on Armory, Lockers and Archives. Let's try something new. Perhaps we'll have better luck there. Cannot identify what the mistakes they are making cannot identify how to stop next, and that is the correct decision. Many teams, they don't do that. We just recently at DreamHack, I believe, we saw one team try the same bomb site 5 times and lost it all but one time.
10 seconds left.
All but once, but with the clock ticking, Void have to pick this up. They're 2 rounds behind Infian, and it doesn't seem like much, but it is quite big.
Defender has left the designated staging area.
Red Sun getting up onto the west tower. He's gonna run down. No shield right now, preferring the mobility now. As he gets closer, the shield gets mounted. Kiki once again on the Zofia. What can he do this time around? Over-aggression was what lost Void the early advantage in the previous round. Question is, are they going to be able to rein it in and hold on strong? Waste some of Nexus time, maybe get a pick, and look at that, 3 members on the second floor. 3 or is it 4? Really strong second floor presence. It's 4 members actually. So only 1 member on the bomb site, and I believe that is Stev downstairs.
And there we go. 2 minutes left on the clock. 1 member has gone down on Nex, and that's one of their top fraggers as well. Red Sun trades out, loses his shield, but Peaky picks up Jabausi. He rotates back with the hand cannon, and oh my gosh. Shot to the crotch, and PT King will go down. Kurisaku picks that up, and he's holding his flank here. Doesn't pick up the kill, almost. He had the right idea, but he didn't execute it very well. Stev picks that up with the SMG-11, and now the defense seems a little bit more reasonable. 3-3 right now, with a minute 30 seconds left on the clock. There's still a lot of time for Nex to make something happen for themselves, but Void are looking a little bit more comfortable here going downstairs.
Now, Red Sun, he's upstairs, but he doesn't have too much room to do much, given the fact that he's a Blackbeard and not someone with, you know... Oh, there we go, C4 goes out. And yep, Red Sun, no self-destruction left at all for him to create new holes, so Blackbeard not quite useful so far.
Attackers recovered the
Not at all, and it does seem to be that at 55 seconds left, it's a 2-3, and Nex are slowly losing their grip on this attack round win streak. Red Sun has to rotate all the way over through the external vehicle customs window, and he's trying to take this fight. The window gets shot open for him, and it's just like, hey, you know what? We're still here. Don't think you can get in this window for free, pal.
Yeah, that's right. And ooh, he sees the head. Shoot, Red Sun, you saw it. Briefly change colors. Unfortunately, he's gonna miss his chance.
And there we go, Detrian actually rolling over that shield, pushing through. It does look like he finally clicks up that last kill onto Red Sun. Super close, in fact. And Void bringing that scoreline just a little bit closer.
That's right. Now we move into round number 10. Void still in with a chance of making this another 6 or maybe even a 7-5. We already saw crazy comeback happen in the first match of tonight on Villa. 5-1 to 7-5. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and it does look like Pew Pew has already rolled in. For those just watching, catching up and wondering what happened, we've had to adjust the sound bug coming through from the clean feed, so we've actually just sped up a little bit. Does look like we haven't missed too much, and our first kill has just gone down right now. Bachelor being taken out at a minute 30 seconds, and Fian with 28, 27. Peaky actually picking up Detrian here, and my gosh. Void are falling apart. They let this breach happen, and now they're really paying for it, and oh my gosh, Red Sun picking up this kill and cleaning that up in a flawless round. Next Esports cleaning that up as soon as we refreshed, and hey, we came in quite clean.
That was incredible. I mean, Next.
Super
Good
short.
Lord.
Super short and super sweet, so...
It's not like they took much time. They were there. Such good time.
Yeah.
And half the round is over, and that's it. The round is over.
Yep, we got in as soon as the action started. No one died. One person died soon afterwards, and then they just collapsed. And there was so much time left. They didn't have to rush it like that.
Yeah, it was. Well, anyways, next now on match point, looking for the 3 points that they definitely feel they deserve, and looking quite likely that they're gonna get it. The attacks so far have been incredibly strong. The latest one was flawless.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Absolutely mad. Detrian now playing on that Jaeger, and we're going downstairs into customs and inspection for the first time tonight. Very interested to see if they will be playing over by the jail or not, and how much of investment, are they gonna put upstairs into the CCTV, into security. So right now, let's look at the scoreboard, and damn, Red Sun, 14 kills,
He's just
bro.
wow.
Just,
I mean,
that's not even.
him on border is just crazy.
It's not even close, man. It's like everyone else is miles apart from him. Like, oof. It's painful.
Attackers
He's
are heading
really,
out to
really
defuse the
good.
bombs.
Well, I mean, like I said, the man's been he's been doing the rounds in Thailand in the Pro League. He's been definitely one of the most dedicated players in the region, and it just shows that he's a different breed. You know, this man is talented. He has the ability to just change up the game and make things happen for any team he touches. And it's not just that, you know, he's like bringing the frags for the team. I'm sure he's changing the way they communicate, the way they coordinate, and the way they work as well. So a great job coming from Pew Pew to actually help facilitate that breach as well, and pushing it so aggressively like this. He shouldn't be allowed to do that, man.
Yeah, right. You are Red Sun, unfortunate player for Nexus. We were just talking. Looks like we cursed him and he's gone down. But this is a custom defense, and Pew Pew is in. He's gonna take down one. He's got full side control, and there's gonna be some contention. It's gonna be a third kill for him, and this is it. It's going to go over. That is all. Pew Pew tries to get a fourth. The Bachelor fires back with 2 of his own. Can they salvage?
It's the plan is going down. He should be able to deny this. He knows exactly where one is, but he over aims, goes right over his head. Warbark punishes him for that, picks that kill up, and you know what? It's Stev against the 3 members of Nex. This is game. This is match point. Picks up 1 kill, a couple more shots from the other side from jail. Will he be able to pick this up? He's got 9 rounds in that gun and a claymore. Misses the shot. Misses the foot, and there we go. He pays for that. And there we go, the second map. We'll go to Nex Esports. In a super
close. So
super
well
tight
played
match.
from both teams. Just excellent exhibition from a team that is up and coming. They know that they're not quite there. We know they're not quite there yet, but you can see the progress that's being made, and you can see the potential in this.
An amazing show from both teams. Red Sun at 14 kills. Bachelor at 11. My gosh, I cannot believe what we just saw here. Next, Esports win the second map between the 2 Titans coming through. Veterans and the New Guns. The New Guns win the second time around, and the first time they drew quite evenly. So fantastic shows so far from both sides, and Infian, that's concluding our night here on the 10th day of the Southeast Asian Pro League.
That is correct. And that also means, with this result, the Airwolf are locked into the APAC finals. So are Xavier. So let's see what happens in the following days, lower down the table, and if we're going to see a swap in seeding order between Xavier Esports and Airwolf. We'll be back next Tuesday. That's right, the days are changing. It's going to be a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday play week as we end off season 10. So 3 back-to-back play days next week. Mark it on your calendars, 7 p.m. each day. We will see you Tuesday.
Yeah, we definitely will. And let's just recap quickly over what happened for that over the night. It's been a crazy night so far. MBT and Lisey coming as close as they did. Going 1-1, right? And some people would say it's a draw, but it's not a true best of 2. So technically, these are 2 separate wins in a best of 2 style matchup. So they both gain points from this, correct? And now this matchup here, we had Nex and Void bring in a draw. That's a point each. And then now Nex bring in 3 points. So Nex secured their space, still retained their space in the upper half of this.
Almost certain they're going to finish there.
Yep, so they're still third. They're locking in third. Lissei won't be able to overtake them. Void pull up just a little further ahead than they were before, but they're essentially in the same spot. So very interesting to see.
That's right. Yeah, so Luminescent, I think they're very, very in danger. We'll see what happens next week. But as you said, Void, this 1 point very valuable. They pull themselves just a bit further up. MBT, they'll be happy with 3 points. That makes them have 7 points, let's say, on 13. So lots of stuff happening this week and next week. And APAC finals coming very, very soon. Hopefully it's going to be great.
It's going to be an amazing time, I think. In almost likeliness, we might even see Cyclops turn up to the APAC final, and
we might see Norarengo miss out.
They're drawing it really tightly over in Japan.
Yeah, they are very close.
To be fair, they're going through a heck load of roster changes. It is not the same
Norarengo.
Norarengo
coming in for Ramu.
Yep, and it's just not the same Norarengo anymore. They're gonna have to just rework everything and come together as a different team with a very different sort of mindscape, because now that their entire roster is changed out, they have to find that synergy once more, and it's gonna be a lot of work from the ground up. But regardless, I think Norarengo are gonna be okay. They're just drawing it really closely. Cyclops are very dominant right now in the Japanese league, though.
Well, let's see what happens. Southeast Asia is still yet to conclude. All regions are conclude. Korea will be restarting and ending Season 10 next week. ANZ will be ending it next week too. So 3 play days, just as a reminder, starting on Tuesday, ending on Thursday.
Yep.
What a match.
It's gonna be one heck of a time, boys and girls. It won't be super long days, I imagine, because we won't have scripts in these games. So there'll be I think like four rounds missing. So one of the days will be shorter than the other, but we'll still have to move one of those days into some of those matches into a third day, because boys and girls, I am not staying up till 6 a.m. But I will stay up till 4 to cast these games along with my friend here, Infian Ewok. But all things aside, it's been a fantastic day here, day 10. Fantastic showing from all these teams. Can't wait to see how it turns out. And let's look at the standings.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and I mean, Xavier and Aerowolf are just way too far ahead.
Yeah, it's done. For next esports, they have one more series left.
Dude, just look at that round differential. 42 round differential over everyone else. That is
good Lord.
That is nutty. And next, there we go. In third. Should be what Oh, they have a -6 differential now, and now let's say, because sorry, I got confused because before when we looked at the standings earlier today, let's say had the -6 and Nex had the -1. So it's just swapped around. I was like, wait a second, hold up. But essentially, they're in the same places as they are now. Nothing's really changed on that top half. MBT Void still in the same place, and Luminescent as well. So all things in the orders that they should be. Really, nothing's changing. This is probably going to be the order that we are seeing them in going into the next season. Yeah, okay.
Unless on Tuesday we see Xavier Esports lose to Airwolf. That is the one game on Tuesday. It's just one game, and it's Xavier versus Airwolf.
Guys,
so the top 2 teams in Southeast Asia and 2 of the top teams in APAC.
Yep. Okay, so that day, boys and girls, is the most important day in the whole week, because we're not just... Yep, we're playing for number 1, boys and girls. We're playing for number 1. We're playing for that dominant spot, and I don't think Xavier are going to go down with their go down without a fight. But we'll have to see what happens next week. Thank you for joining me and Infian here today. We'll see you next week, Tuesday, for Xavier versus Airwolf. Take care. Good night.
Good night.